Say I'm just in time, yeah. You know that's it right. I'll let this one slide. And I turn outside and bite. You and I say the fight. I look around and sweep the base up. Say goodbye through the window. Taking a time on the road. She getting out of control, yeah, yeah. High up here, I'm in the zone. She out here ready
Shut the fuck up!
Farm just resubscribed for 8 months. Let's go.
I don't mind, do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind, do what you like to.
You are the reason どうしても触れたくない祈りの歌で Keep it on the rap starter ただ only thing in this world 構わないんだそれでも今 Why 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 Burning バカみたい僕ばかりがフェイ正しくなれない I was in love with you どうしても戻れない Never be here 永遠にYeah, yeah, yeah, catch her, right now, give me good love, we can make plans, I don't you think, catch her, right now, walking away, yeah, yeah, catch her, right now, walking up, give me the right real life, too, I need my huge shit to the ground high.
Hey, do you be seeing those signs? Say I'm just in time, yeah, you know that's it right. I'll let this one slide. And I turn outside and bite. You and I say the fight. I look around and sweep the base up. Say goodbye through the window. Taking a time on the road. She getting out of control, yeah, yeah. High up here, I'm in the zone. She out here ready to go. Oh, I'll break away, come back to you. You take the blame, I want you to go and say you want me to. Maybe lately, cash out right now, walking away. We can make plans, turning away. Cash out right now, walking away, yeah. Cash out right now, walking up. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind, do what you like to. Cash out right now, walking away. We can make plans, turn it up. Cash out right now, walking away, yeah. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind, do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind, do what you like to. Take me to right
Shut the fuck up!
Flower and you are just resubscribed for 21 months. 21 let's go kisses.
You are the reason どうしても触れたくない祈りの歌で Keep it on the rap starter ただ only thing in this world 構わないんだそれでも今 Why 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 Burning バカみたい僕ばかりがフェイ正しくなれない I was in love with you
Motherfuckers.
You be seeing those signs, say I'm just in time, yeah. You know that's it, right? I'll let this one slide.
Okay. Where the fuck am I? Thank you very much. The fly, I think it was 21 months. Welcome back. Come on, Jezu. Konnichiwa, Max. What is Manda doing? Made out is not here yet.
Oh, dude, I'm a stack a Gibby ball. Wait.
New sub badges. New sub badges are when the emotes come, same time.
Dude, someone removed it. Look at this guy.
What the fuck is El Mande doing? Okay. Okay. Let's play the game. Oh yeah, I gotta put my sleeve. Just playing rank, brother.
Shut the fuck up.
Error 276
Everything with 2 months will
just
come back.
subscribed for 2 months. Got my first job, Alfred.
Nice. Congrats on your first job. Let me see 1 second. I watched the anime yesterday. Rewatched Silent Voice and 4 episodes of Guilty Crown. Jesus! What is this shit? Oh. What the fuck is this? What do you see? Good morning, on. Just put an apartment. Let's go, Flow. That's fucking big. So I could have to do a send a DM. Hello.
Yeah, we gotta try something real quick.
Why this
We gotta
motherfucker
try that
don't answer my DMs but answer your DMs? What is this bullshit?
because it's me.
Fuck,
Of course.
fuck you, Danish
You're like a
bastard.
so why would I message both of you?
I don't know. Man didn't tell me he said yes either, so I just here left in the dark, stuck in the abyss.
How many legend tokens do you guys have?
700k almost.
Only?
I guess, yeah. I don't play much pubs, that's why. I'd rather peace out.
It's fine, guys. We only need a couple.
Yeah, that's why we gotta get 40.
Wait, what are we doing?
Dude, this Taxi wants to do some punch boost shit.
Not a punch boost. Okay, so how it's gonna work is we're gonna have people body blocking me, cause I'm the horizon, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we let go when I'm at maximum fall velocity. And I'm gonna fucking shoot like a rocket out of a coom.
He's gonna come like a rocket, that's what I understood. What's up, Zach? Doing good, are you?
Where are we landing?
Somewhere high.
Carson,
Somewhere
Colin, hope you're good, man.
that you
Hope
can
you're
get
good.
launched.
On top of this?
Top of there.
Or here?
That would be good.
Here. 82.
Yeah, we could maybe do that. Try that. Go here.
What? Apparently a lot of people didn't get in.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think we got a few people, they were fine.
Wait,
This
what?
guy is inside us.
We got the Watson, dude. That's all we need. Holy shit! Okay, we got a few dudes, couple guys.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, we're fine.
They're punching, dude.
No,
Alright, let's go. What do you need?
It's fine. Get on top where RPR is.
Oh shit! Dude,
Dude, I
no.
can't.
It's
There's
so
too many
laggy.
people, dude.
It's so laggy, dude.
Yeah,
It's okay, I got this.
Around the horizon of the cockpit.
I got it. I'm here.
I need to be not able to move.
Go in the middle. This horizon needs to go.
RPR move. RPR move. RPR move. There can only be one.
Holy shit, dude.
What's that?
I just sent a
Man,
fucking
take
wraith
it.
flying, dude.
No.
We're never gonna get this done. Take it.
Wait, get on the other tower. I whiffed! Yo, come here, taxi. Come here. I got a better spot.
Nice.
Guys, listen. How it's gonna work is you surround the taxi, the horizon. Right?
But everyone looks like Taxi to Horizon.
No, I'm the fun one with the default blue skin.
Getting shot at now. I'm gonna go take care of the homies.
Oh shit, I guess I met real enemies. Oh, he killed me, dude. He's down here, man.
Wait, I need weapons.
I need one of these motherfuckers to res me. Come on, one of these guys need to res me, dude.
need people to block me while I'm jumping. Like this. Yeah. Perfect.
Drop me armor, drop me armor, drop me armor. Oh, he get armor swap.
I'm surfing on people right now. I'm surfing on their head.
Wait, I'll come up there so you can res me, Taxi. Just drop me a Q.
No. Fuck you. You're useless.
No, res me midair, dude.
I need less people. There's too many people up here.
Dude, what are we doing?
We're never gonna get this done.
Hey, res me, Raid. Res me. Resurrect me.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sure.
I only really need 3 people. So this guy can go. Fuck, I fell.
Monday, I'm coming.
I'm coming, dude. I got gold bag and everything.
Nice. You got a whole team behind you as well. Oh shit.
Armor swaps and everything.
They're gifting. Thank you so much, guys.
Yo, this one Watson that's below me. You gotta go. I got her. She's off. Okay.
What's this?
This is the fucker that killed me. Punch him out.
Oh, the raid?
No, the
This
caustic.
Block. Suck
I
me.
got this
Stop.
guy.
Dude, stop emoting. Block
On
me.
me.
Yeah. Like, I'm falling. Fuck.
No way he ulted it. I got him. Zufi, fuck you, bitch.
I can't.
If there's any Zufis in your chat, that's a permaban right there.
I'm done.
Oh my
Guys,
god.
we're never gonna do this.
Why?
Because it's your chat, man. It's full of the Vegas.
Oh, you have to stand like between through them, and like it just fucking keeps like, accelerating you because you're falling.
Yes. You keep accelerating your fall speed because you're getting body blocked. So I need people from like almost all sides. Then drop me like a rocket in the pond.
What the fuck is that?
What is that? Oh, I need, dude. Isn't it easier to do like this? Can 3 people stand right here next to each other, and I'll just jump down on top of you guys? So just stay right here and like set in a triangle.
It doesn't work. You're not horizon, and there's nothing you can slide off with the speed.
Oh.
And you need like a hole.
Oh. Oh, you need like a small hole, but like not big enough for you to stand.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Right now you're just crowd surfing.
Yeah.
Okay, so me and Manda should make the triangle, and one other person.
No.
You can't work.
These guys need to get a little bit closer to each other. If the Bloodhound gets a little bit closer. Oh. Lucky.
We're never gonna do this.
Yeah.
This is just not happening.
Hey.
You might need to thin the crowd a little bit.
Hey,
Your
guys,
chat
come
has-
here. Everyone come here, dude. Everyone come here. I'm gonna give you all. I'm getting 4k damage in 2 seconds. Everyone come right here. Everyone stand around me, dude. Oh, someone already did it. We're fucking dead. We're dead.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck. Holy shit, look at the boxes.
Damn. Alright, play some game.
No.
Wait, let me on a little bit. I'm warming up. I'm no ammo. Dude, there's no ammo. There you go.
Mandy, you're literally just farming kills in pubs.
I got 0 kills.
God.
No, I got 4. Someone got like 30, dude.
You're kill farming. You're fucking.
I'm aim training. Fuck. Alright, let's go.
This guy has the best Horizon skin in the game.
Yeah, best warm up in the game. You get a bunch of people stream snipe your ass, and then you just fucking get a gun and you start shooting.
You see why I'm saying we should do it on Storm Point, right? Because there's fucking the storm shit, the lightning rod, and you can just go all the way to the beach.
Is it true that you can balloon from all the way up top storm point to all the way bottom storm point? Or some shit like that?
I don't know, maybe.
Hate it though.
I never really used that balloon though.
Boxing dog club tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, I feel
like-
that balloon's kinda useless.
People like gathering around me right here.
What's
Where
up,
I am,
Randy?
like at this blue horizon. We could fucking launch me in this cliff.
Put in ranked, man.
It could work. Guys, come to the 2 horizons. Stop sticking me, you fucking papaya.
Okay, this
Now I
guy's
died.
Now I died. They killed him.
Kyle is here with my order anyway.
They fucking killed him, chat.
Dude. I only punched you off because you were being trolling. Lakey, you're probably the Mirage up there emoting to you. Taking
Oh my
selfies.
god, I'm back. What's up? What's up?
Yo.
You guys ready to play ranked or what?
What's up? I'm ready.
You with the seer? I don't think I punched a seer. Did I? Maybe I did. Can you guys play like a pub or something? Cause my food's here.
Alright.
It's either that or we sit in a building.
Sit in the building, just go.
We're in American servers too.
American servers.
Yeah.
Yeah, in American server.
Yeah, it's good.
What's up, Take?
Nice try, Mandy. Chat.
It's
We
your ass
almost had
ass.
it.
Was it close?
No.
Isn't there max speed with air acceleration?
I would
though?
capped with a program jizz with a
There is
program
max
called what's it called? River Tuner.
But it,
I don't
like,
know which
uh,
servers
it's a
are
lot.
better.
I think it's 9,000 velocity.
Guys, I
And the run
ratioed so
speed is
many people.
300.
I ratioed so many people yesterday.
You would go fast.
Hi, K.
Why does Texas sound so high?
I ratioed so many people yesterday, not on purpose. On my post. This not on purpose. I was just responding.
What people high?
I don't
Yeah,
trust
why? You've never seen that
I don't
before?
trust the launch
No.
options.
Oh my god.
I don't like big emote, but I'm feeling like that could be, you know, that could be.
What do
tricky.
you think about Doc Boso?
I like that.
Fuzz 6-year-old. Fuzz is lying, man. Fucking lying ass bitch.
He needs
Alright, what
to do
about-
the hand gesture though.
Yeah, they used to follow me back too as well.
Oh yeah, the
So,
fucking
Dub
back
dub
off.
did. Got called old, got followed by Risu.
Dude, you're
Got another Indonesian. I'm just winning in life, dude. I'm just winning in life with Indonesians right now. Oh shit, Yuma's new new artwork.
Oh, my food's here.
What do you gotta get?
Del Taco.
Muna, no Muna yet.
I don't know.
A man can pray, right? A man can pray. A man can pray for a Muna follow. Zuka, you're so fucking dumb. Oh, you pissed me off. This thing is in good, it's real good. Yeah, I think you guys showed me. This dog does not stop barking. This I don't know, Kawan. I just got
I
on.
did one time before.
What was it?
Del Taco.
Del Taco.
Yeah.
Isn't that like Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Damn.
SZ_X Kami. That's literally my mod, and he's the fucking champion squad.
Stream sniping! Alright. Fucking let's in the building. What is happening?
I don't know what I'm more surprised, the fact that he's here or the fact that he fucking got into champion squad somehow.
Did he actually won a game?
Probably
Is that
a
what
pub,
you're surprised
dude. Probably a pub, man.
This is a very bad stretch, but fuck it.
Where are we going,
When I
Garden?
do it. Yeah. So like when I do that and we have like 40 people on us or whatever, I tend to think like how easy it is to fucking actually stream snipe people.
Yeah, it is.
You know, like how many people are actually stream sniping when you're playing PUBG yourself?
Yeah.
A lot.
There has to be some.
Someone just late landing on us.
Yeah, someone late
Dude,
landed
just
on
late
us.
landed on.
Guys, it's a ranked. It's a ranked one. What are you doing? Look at him. Look at him. He's sitting behind a pole.
I think that's coming. That's probably coming. It has to be coming, dude. Go kill him, dude. We can't be teaming in ranked. We're actually gonna get the taxi treatment, bro.
You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna get banned and you guys aren't. I'm the one that's furthest away, and I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be taxi's fault. Oh, it's not even Kami. What the fuck? Who is it? Who's V-Noxic? I'm surprised we even have any viewers that are in Masters. Are you fighting still?
Dude, I have. Dude, please help. No, one more. He's finished moving me. Shoot.
I can see. You're behind a bush. Why are you behind a bush? A car coming? He's rezzed.
It's another stream sniper.
Kami, get off me. Oh, this is Kami. Dude, Kami, I have to kill you. I have to kill you, bro. Kami, stop. You need to die. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to be like Taxi. Stop.
I want to be like Taxi. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, I don't want to be in... Well, actually, you know what? Ban me, dude.
Another team.
Oh, no. Dude, ban me. I need a break anyway, dude.
Small break.
I'm gonna die, Taxi. Maybe. Taxi, I need helping. Get in the car or something. Are we fighting?
Wait, are they on you?
They're on my pussy.
Are we dipping in the core?
Yeah, they're up there.
Let me drive.
All three, man.
Let me drive so you can heal.
Yeah.
Why don't we just kill them?
Well, I'm healing.
I don't want to fight.
Don't really have that much
No,
ammo
good.
either.
Good. Actually, if we kill them here, I can eat.
True.
That's not what I'm saying.
I would need some shotgun ammo.
I have 8.
White armor on the balcony. I'm putting zip so you can get up here if needed. One guy left, 2 on the roof. I'm dead.
Yeah, that. Blood on gold. He's below us.
You're not the better heavy, dude. I am. I knocked one. What guys, what we gonna do?
I'm whiffing in
One
there.
fucking him?
Yep. 1 HP, Valk. Valk is really low. 40 health. Nice. Holy shit, that guy was playing that knockdown, dude.
Dude, that knocked down main.
Oh, fuck. Hey, we did it. Now we can eat food, bro. Isn't that fucking great?
Yes, sir.
It really is.
There's a purple here.
Phoenix.
Yep. You need Phoenix?
There's
Ah,
a
well.
There's a new team coming.
Oh,
guy.
nah, this one guy, Pathfinder, looking like Taxi.
Okay. It's guys. We
Guys.
gave them a taste of stream sniping, and now they can't. They can't stop.
They
The
can't stop you.
fucking addict.
Can't
dude.
stop.
They're like little coke addicts, scratching their necks for one more bit of cola.
Oh, he brought the wingman though.
That's
But
nice.
I can't because I can't. Dude. I gotta stop. I'm addicted.
Oh fuck! I didn't understand what Beyond meant, but now I know it's fake meat.
Yeah, Beyond Burger.
Wait,
yeah, but
fake?
it's burrito.
No, Beyond Meat, take it. Damn, you eating plants, dude?
Mm.
How is it?
To be fair, I tried some of it. It's not that bad.
But it's not that bad as in it's good, or it's not that bad as it's like I can stomach.
It's actually decent.
I had one at a hotel. It was really fucking insane. Like it was better than normal burger because there's not the bone in the meat.
The what?
The bone in the meat.
What?
Yeah, you know if you either get like a bone or a piece of like sinew in your burger,
I've never had that.
I've never had that in my life.
you're so lucky.
You mean tendons?
Oh yeah, it's just yucky.
Like fucking brusk and shit.
Yeah. Tendons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had that in a burger.
Pig fuck.
Do you like blend your own meat and shit or what?
No, but the burgers. Well, yeah, sometimes when we make burgers at home, we blend our own meat. Well, but when I order burgers outside, I've never had it happen to me. There's a purple armor here, taxi by the way, on the pack.
Go bring it.
What am I fucking the water boy? I'm bringing.
Yeah.
Big time.
What
I
is
am this plan.
Fortnite Battle Pass song.
No, fuck it. I need water.
Oh no, we're not in zone. Let's move a little bit. Alright, we're in zone now. What's up, James? Got back from picking up a guitar from the shop. Oh shit. Ooh. It's super cold right now. I'm just trying to warm up somehow.
Dude, you're straight up throwing your shit.
What's up, Josh? You good?
I'm
Keep
dying.
shouting that shit throughout. Motherfucker was eating with no, with no fucking stop at all. Dude. He was inhaling
People were
food.
flaming me when I was eating like civilized.
Oh, and now you're inhaling food?
Then I started like smacking my lips and inhaling the fucking Sprite down my lungs.
Sprite. Sprite won't trade you.
I don't know
Sprite's
why
so good,
Jets
man.
acting like they don't like it when they're all fucking Amaranth tier 3s.
Yeah, it's only nice when she does it, dude.
Yeah, you're a male.
Yeah, you're male. You're not sexy.
Yeah,
I'll just
you're not
be-
hot. I love me some Sprite though. I always like
Sprite
Sprite
you
more than cola.
I hate Sprite.
You're weird for that.
True. Dude, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna whip up the pan real quick and make some sausages.
What? What? You just walked away? Oh. I'm
The
sitting
people
on
here,
the-
I just got scanned for no reason. I'm
Oh.
fucking over it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you're so good. You're so good. Yeah, just go scan. Go scan the random building.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What's their
organic.
names? Might as well fucking report them. No. I'm taken from all sides.
Wraith is acting like she doesn't know where Mandy is.
I mean, just give me their name. I'm literally sending it in right now while I'm playing.
Gonna pretend like he doesn't see the glowing
What's up,
heirloom
Luigi?
on fire.
Yeah, look at him. You guys are fucking weird. I just want his name, dude.
IQX. Yeah.
That was a screenshot of that? I've gotten so many people banned from stream sniping before. This is the most obvious case.
I'm thinking maybe it could be organic. I don't want to get them banned unjustly.
Well, the dev can always see that. The next few games, they appear in the same games as us. Yeah, like in the same spots and shit
Oh,
like
they
that.
will.
How the fuck did you die?
Got scanned and then pushed off.
Yeah, organically. Scanned and pushed.
Oh. Nah, I ate all my chips.
Chips? Tortilla chips? Now a really good spot, man.
You?
No, but like... Yeah? I don't know. Yes and no.
Pretty good spot.
Morning, Tilia. These are my shirt text.
We did Hazy name change to some weeb shit. Oh man, he's popping.
Why are you there though?
Not the same guy that killed me, Mandy. Different team.
What? Rogue is tiring them. Sorry.
Mandy, you'll be fine. You can survive easily.
Yo, man, you wanna come to me?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh.
I'm dead.
You almost there or what?
Why are they turning around?
Because you're heat shielded instead of healing after yourself.
Yeah.
What's up? It's your boy Asmongold.
What's up?
As long as you have 40 health left, like 4 ticks, you can still pop a syringe.
Dude, I'm PR. He's blind!
Yeah, he's relying on scan, that's why. This is the same team that stream sniped.
Holy shit.
Well, if they turn around and check this corner randomly, you know that stream sniping did.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna scan behind you to make sure no one's there.
Rock_sleep
Rock
just
sleeping for 6 months.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look at my
RPR,
societies.
RPR kiss.
I think it was organic, I just think it was fucking weird though.
Yeah, I mean, if they play like that, that's some fucking weird shit. What are they, hugging zone? I don't know. People are fucking weird in rank though.
I mean, they scan a building that's not even in zone, so.
Yeah, like a corner of it was in. Fucking weird as shit. They could have heard us say we're gonna report them and then they close the stream instantly, you know? They could have done that too. Man, I'm not in, man. Oh, like. It's 3 full squads and me.
True. Fuck. Wrong chat.
Nice. Ugh.
Two dudes sitting in a hot tub, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. What's up, Imagine? Fuck, I have to move quite soon because of this fucking zone.
Do you think they're gonna play up high ground?
Yeah, it's in.
Yeah, but like, it's scuffed in, you know?
But there's a team below them, so.
Perfect. Oh, that's nice.
Well, he dies if he goes for him.
And you don't think they're gonna do that or what?
Well, if he does, he's gonna die. So, if he wants to lose his game, he's welcome. Oh, the rezzing?
Oh, the rest.
Up top? I can't push that
Yeah.
though.
I think behind me. Yeah.
Ah, it's up top.
It's up top. The fuck?
That's You win this. This is easy.
Don't know what the fuck is going on.
Maybe push the top. Oh, never mind.
No, I whiffed, bro. Why is he dropping on my face healing, dude? Man.
Oh my god.
It was just 2 as well, bro. If I kill him, I win.
Yeah,
the
he
game.
has 1 kill. He has
He
1 kill.
He was
dude.
sitting on a high ground the entire game.
Dude, if you... This sounds crazy, right? But I feel like if you won a ranked game... Let's just say there's Team KP in the game at some point, right? If you won a ranked game and there's Team KP and you had less than 3 kills, you should still lose for winning. Lose points.
I don't know. I don't know
Straight
what I
up.
should do, but... Fucking hell, that's annoying. If I kill him, I have a chance of winning, I think. Because I don't know how many were knocked on the other team, but... Annoying.
This is my first time eating churros.
How is it? Does it taste like diabetes?
I think they're better like fresh and hot, but I don't know. It's just like crispy dough with sugar.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a lot of sugar as well. When I saw it, doesn't sound that good. I don't know. You're gaining today. We played the one game, 50 RP. We're gonna have watch parties for this weekend. LGS. We might have watch parties. Yeah. We might. Since we can't play without to watch.
Nah,
Just back on menu, not for us. I really don't know. Yeah, for us, for EMEA, it's not back. We don't get to play yet. But NAs and SA and all that is they're coming back.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, we're even for CS. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, honestly. I actually don't know what's gonna happen with the whole EMEA shit. No idea. Yeah, I don't fucking know either. They have some weird decision making over there. Fucking weird.
Ahoy!
Oh. I think we're free.
Nope, don't you?
Alright, they're landing on me. Is it fucking Kami again? I made him go back. Wraith is still alone here.
I'm taking a blue armor that was
Hi,
coming.
honey.
Kami, it's you. You need to stop doing this. Got another team on me. 1 HP on Valk.
128.
Valk dead.
Who are these guys? 3 big guys. Who like to play tennis. Dude, oh my god, I got the new... No, I forgot to change bow skin, dude.
Yeah.
Does any of you guys have a new one?
I don't have it.
Wait, where's my purple bolt? There's this for somebody.
Devotion.
Oh, my bad.
Need a Havoc or Devotion.
What you say?
Havoc or Devotion. Find me. Give me. Suck me.
Okay.
Fuck.
I have a devotion in my hands, so you can have it. There you go. I like how you every time Neon shows up, you guys use the Neon command. Are you not sleepy, Ian? Are you not gonna sleep soon? I'm fucking sleepy, dude. Speaking of sleepy, holy shit. I need to wake the fuck up.
Guys, I'm decorating my hot dogs right now. 2 seconds.
He's decorating his hot dogs. Did you guys heard that? In translation, he's playing with his dick. Peace out, Shakwari. That. Alright, we have people. Not very good at the game, but they're there. We'd love to have a teammate now. Caustic's fucking hit like really hard. Give me a tax, buddy.
Hold the zipline once on the bridge.
Alright. I'll do hold on.
I go hold the other side.
Yeah. Oh, they're coming. My side. I gotta go. They fucking smoked me.
No shot.
I hit him. I hit. No. He smoked my ass. I couldn't see them. Bangalore
Just look
smoke.
through the smoke.
How? You got wall hack for me?
You can see through the smoke.
You can't. Not the way he can.
People here?
Yes. People here. And that would be great if you were here as well.
I'm here. One token?
Report to me.
They can only go up with one shot.
I'm dead. You have a heat shield, you need to throw it on me right now.
Here, on me.
Where the fuck are they?
These guys are hyping.
I couldn't get it all. Holy shit, dude.
Who the fuck
Did
are
they
these
just
guys?
randomly just push you or what?
Yeah.
They came as soon as you left.
Wow.
I know I couldn't see them on the zipline when they smoked me. I was shooting. I hit him 4 times with my rampage, and then I got smoked, and it was the white smoke where you can't look through it, and I couldn't see shit.
Still, they can only come up the zipline.
Yes, but I'm shooting, and after I missed, I hit him 4 times, and after I missed the other 3 bullets, I'm not staying anymore. I'm gonna fucking die. There's 3 guys on the zipline.
Dude, up here, I don't understand you sometimes.
Man, just watch my fucking VOD, bro. I don't understand you.
I don't need to watch the VOD to understand that what you did was not the right play.
So you want me to stay in a 1v3? Like,
In the
I don't-
longest zipline in the game, yeah.
But he's already he's way more than halfway up, and you want me to stay, and he's only cracked? I'm not gonna fucking kill him,
Yes.
dude. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, Taxi pisses me off, dude. Holy shit, he's dumb. What's up, Tamago? I'm done. I'm not arguing with him. He's the most stubborn motherfucker on the planet. I'm over it. Doesn't even look at the perspective from my eyes. Only sees it from his own eyes and just comments on it. I'm just like, I don't want to argue with that shit. It's like talking to a fucking wall, bro. Holy shit. Actually annoying.
Purple? Oh.
Bottom's low.
Nice on one guy.
40 flush on him.
Knocked. That guy. 60
11
path.
flush. I got no ammo.
Oh, what? Here, drop 20.
Volume.
Oh my god. My glitches were blocking.
Is that an enemy Pathfinder? Yeah.
I was about to say, I feel like I heard somebody kill
That's
right
your
there.
stream sniper. That's the stream sniper. He's alone.
Why?
Ah, he's alone. You're so fucking weird, bro. You weren't like. Just give me his name.
You
I'm
can
getting
put
back.
that guy's name in because he's like a hard stream sniping 3 times in a row now.
I will. I'm sending him in. And he's fucking dog shit as well. Like, so fucking bad.
I wonder what his RP is at.
No, it's gonna be 0 in a second. After I fucking report him.
I mean, we did say stop. So.
I mean, he's also killing us.
That doesn't really matter. Killing can be content.
Oh. You want this?
Oh my god.
I'll do this. Stream sniping in pubs? Yeah. Ranked? No. Non-fucking stream
Stream
sniping.
sniping pub can also be good.
Holy shit, is good. Oh my god.
It all depends how you stream snipe.
Oh, that guy's
You wanna fight?
like an asshole.
You wanna fight?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
I have purple bolt for one.
I'm going.
Can you take it?
You're fine in front of me.
There's a purple armor, but Amanda's already there, so I'm just gonna help him. Why do I disable voice notes? Because they're annoying as fuck. I also disable voice notes, but it's actually so much better without it.
Yeah,
They're right here.
I dropped the bolt behind you. They're zipping away. They saw us also, I think.
No, one
I
spot
hit
here.
the
Last guy.
3 times.
31 white armor on this guy.
Yeah,
40 white.
Not
Is
blue.
that Bloodhound? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Bloodhound raid.
We're gonna get in the. No, there's no card then.
I want to make a 2-timer.
Running up. Halfway.
Oh, fucking now 9 PK, I can't do anything.
He dropped me some energy ammo. Nice guy.
That's nice.
He had the bus stop in front of me.
You're a little bit alone.
Oh no, audio on Horizon. I think Horizon's it.
Put bomb a crack target. Which is bad, I've fucking two downwards.
Yeah, this game is getting really old, really fast.
You can shut your back from high ground.
I cracked one. I cracked 2 of them up there.
No, I just got shot around the corner again.
You?
Yeah,
You guys like getting dead slides in fucking raid portal? Because that's my favorite. Oh, they got turret up there. Oh, fuck yeah, I did. Smoked him. Fuck, he fell down. I cracked that guy, the raid.
Yeah, I'm popping a fucking Phoenix now.
No, he's just gonna sit on that corner over his banner, bro. Like,
Dude, they're just all 3 just look at me and I can't walk anywhere. I just died.
that still hit me, like, oh, bro. Just fight each other.
Not they're not. They push me.
Sick. And they're not gonna fight each other. Come on. You cracked him, push him now. There's another team here. It's not even in zone.
They won't with you.
They don't see me. They don't see me. Nah, give me next, bro. Holy shit, bro. Just 4 teams appear in Rift and just don't fight each other. Oh, this fucking game chat. Holy shit.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go, baby. Let's lock in, dude. Only doves from now on.
My dog does not shut the fuck up, man.
Yo, da yo.
What's up, baby? Peace out, man. Thanks for watching.
Punch.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, there.
Kimi ga suki.
It's gonna be one of those days, guys. One of those rank days.
It's me, Pecora.
Thank you, fear. No fear. It's me, Pecora.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Hi, Higak. Hey, Nixon. It's Miku Day? What does that mean? Meat Day? Hatsune Miku? Oh. Oh.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, thank you for too much, PW.
Midday
Welcome
Star
back.
just resubscribed for 2 months. Yeah.
Hey, always.
Oof.
Thank you day. Oh, yeah, it is. Thank you.
But up here, I agree that the vast majority of stream snipers are dog shit.
Yeah, no.
No creativity. No content.
I mean, that guy right there just grapples there and starts shooting me and Mande while we're resing. Like, what content are you bringing to us?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That guy is dumb fuck. And I don't care if he gets spammed.
I usually don't report stream snipers if they're funny stream snipers. They just make fun shit.
Yeah.
But if you just straight out there to fucking get us, then you just do it.
Yeah, there are people who, like, even though you give them like gutsier content or you make something funny happen, they just ban you because they think you're chasing clout.
Yeah, I know. I've only really reported people that are like straight on, like blatantly fucking stream sniping, sitting on banners, shooting boxes and shit like that. Those are the weirdos.
And I feel like when you don't give them any reaction or anything, they usually just stop after like a second or two.
You get them banned and then they stop for sure.
I feel like I used to stream snipe a lot and annoy people, so I don't feel like I'm in a position where I can just fucking get people banned because I used to be that guy, you know?
Sure. I never stream snipe.
I never stream snipe like Mandy stream snipe.
What was Mandy bad?
Yeah.
My stream snipe wasn't that bad.
Yes.
The majority of the time I stream snipe, I just stream snipe to what's it called?
Q
To
snipe.
get good games. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's really bad.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wanted to get better at the game. Overwatch. So I stream snipe to get better games. Because everyone stream sniped, all the big pros and shit stream sniped everyone. We get the best games possible, you know?
Right. Because you're not gonna focus that guy you're stream sniping. They just rest here.
In the taxi, you stream snipe for like content, right? You did the voice thing, the accent shit.
Yeah, but I also like did like funny shit. Like for example, oh, there's people on the building.
Holy shit.
Okay, they can see
Pathfinder is blue 40.
Fuck.
Low down is hit 100, 120.
Can't help right now.
I just got hit
Holy
3
fuck.
times with a wingman. I have to pull back a little bit.
Back one.
Yeah, right.
1 is 70 HP left.
Knocked one.
Pathfinder.
Nice.
Pathfinder here, one shot. Oh, one just climbed. I'm healing.
Kill.
Fuck.
Tier 1 guy.
Yeah, got on.
Pathfinder has blue armor.
Yeah, he's on the
He
right.
should be full HP now.
Right here.
Guy right here behind the.
Yeah, I'm gonna grapple on him.
Pathfinder, I don't know, did he disconnect? I don't know what the fuck that was. 45 purple on that way.
22. Oh no! I hit the forbidden shots, dude.
I think the Pathfinder crashed or some shit. Why was he just sitting there?
No, Pathfinder is dog shit.
Maybe he thought he was ratting.
Yeah, but for example, in Apex, I stream sniped the dog and Vis, right?
Yeah.
I made them chase me, and then went on top of the big leaf and tree,
Yeah.
and made them think I was like speed hacking.
Oh.
They didn't think that was funny.
Did I put it?
I didn't kill them. I think I hit one of them for like 14 because I was just shooting in their direction to get them to chase me.
When we
Okay.
stream sniped and went up in the air with the octane pad and we fucking hit people with the charge rifle, holy shit,
Mhm,
dude.
Exactly. That like going all the way to the skybox with Horizon Octane.
Oh, fuck. Scared the
honest.
fuck out of me.
Also hitting
This
someone
is-
for like 1, 2, or 3 damage with a charge rifle, like tickling them and then quick swapping weapons.
Yeah, that's right.
114 on one guy.
So they get the damage indicator, but they don't know what the fuck is happening or where they get
Right,
shot.
right there. On the roof as well. Bottom floor and
Shit
roof.
like that.
And well, like, a guy here
Coming up
alone.
with your own shit. Yeah,
Crack that guy white armor, dude. What? And there's a wraith here on the right, I believe. On this wall, on me,
no,
blood
wait,
on.
it's here.
Blood on me, alone.
109.
Full sending.
41 blue on, blood on. Good, IK just get.
I don't know, those are like the fun mechanics I wish they just fucking kept in the game.
Yeah, 'cause obviously
Dude, I can't
Wow.
this angle, bro. He's actual 30 health. Holy shit, what a fucking hard angle to shoot downward.
Where?
He ran down towards the compound, I think.
Yeah, he's here.
climbed up.
Oh, he shit on me.
Nice.
LG's winners,
there's
bro.
better
Let me.
people.
All right, go into the game. Then thank you for 200 bits, by the way. Appreciate you. Go into the game right now. Get on that wall and try to shoot someone downwards.
that's what I
Record
mean.
yourself
Okay.
and show me how good you
Talk
are.
about
Just show me,
You can make it
108.
please.
60 on one guy.
Show me how good you are.
188 on one guy and 60 on another one. Keep it running on left side. He's all alone. 51 on him.
Just don't
What
make
if I
it
blew
weird.
in Pathfinder?
Don't block me. You know,
Just
add,
keep me alone
add
on the
to
left.
stream. Don't try to take anything from it.
Okay, but Doc and Viz are probably the worst to fucking stream snipe. I feel like they're way too fucking serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, but like BTTV is like a third-party thing, and I don't know.
Are you getting shot from there?
Me no.
Okay, they're fighting Fight Night or some shit.
They're shooting one here. Come back to me.
I'm coming.
They're going over. Aim punch, dude.
Right here in the open.
Still under.
I'm getting
Fucking
north.
hell, dude.
Full team under.
Yeah,
Yeah.
60 on one guy.
Healing here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna arc it. Guy climbing here. 100 on his blood on here, up top.
I'll come back.
A 100 again, cracked him.
I'm gonna force them out to the right with an arc.
I'm gonna pop a fucking med kit.
I got fucking 100 on him again. I have to put medkit now. Didn't think around a bit. Dude, this I only saw 2. Did you see 3?
I think I saw 3, yeah.
Headshot, blowback crack.
Knocked.
Blood on dead. Last Bangalore purple. Crack.
On the left, all the way.
Someone just red.
No, that's the duo before. But that's the team we ran after before.
Is he below, Texan?
It's on my ping. He was below. I think he's still here on the corner. Yeah. You're going to the left.
Run towards me.
He died.
I get that you just wanna like play the game seriously and like try hard and not get stream sniped. I can understand that.
Yeah.
Just don't be weird about it when people are like stream sniping you, you know?
Yeah, people are gonna be that though.
It's just weird.
Yeah, but I don't know people.
No, I did not turn the
people
volume down.
like
It's already
people that
low.
play
I
Apex
don't
and
know
shit,
why.
and just like
I can
games
turn
in
it up,
general that are pros and stuff, or like high-profile players, they just take shit seriously, you know? They treat everything like a job and shit.
Well, I don't know.
And I
I can,
understand it.
And if people aren't having fun with you stream sniping, you should of course stop. But that's the thing, I did do that, you know? It's weird.
I don't know. I can appreciate a funny stream snipe. I don't know,
Yeah, of
man.
course.
But like if I'm playing pubs and it's like just pubs, right? I don't mind if people stream snipe me during pubs, as long as they're not being like hella weird about it and they're funny about it and shit. Like I always like that. Because pubs are in general boring as fuck, and having a stream sniper in pubs is actually fun.
Yeah.
It depends
But
on what type of street sniper. and how much they do it.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like it's a little bit different in rank.
Let's fucking go, baby. I love you. When I visit Croatia, take you to a fancy dinner and visit the nighttime beach under the stars.
Shut the fuck up, Luke. I think it's 100 bits though. I have to turn up the TTS, right, chat? The TTS voice.
They opened in front of me. Fighting up here. They went to the helipad, I think. Yeah, team at helipad. In front of me. Scan is a good ability.
He scanned you?
Yeah.
From the other side or what?
Yeah, from helipad.
Holy shit, 87 headshot. Oh, he's one. Fuck.
They might have went around behind us here.
Fuck.
I'm looking.
Where?
I don't see them.
I headshot body one guy here, just keep it out.
Looks like there's sandwich in
Fighting
there. We could also get sandwich though.
They absolutely are. Cracked one. 50, 64 on Wraith. 2 purple.
Report it out. They're reporting out.
What the fuck? How is that not a hit?
There's a team above.
Cracked the bloodhound I shot on him.
Okay, last one more team above. They're not pushing yet.
They hound ulted. I think one's pushing right.
No, all three are up still, I think. Yeah, they're all three up.
I'm taking it back, fucking. Good. You wanna kill them?
Can find a way, yeah. Be nice.
One's purple.
Nah, fuck,
Go on the
good.
other side.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, I think these guys are actually fucked. It's on 3.
Wait, we should fucking jump on Genki here.
Yeah,
Back in the zip line.
Can we make it? Or you guys do that then?
we have to make it now.
Jump at the end. They're not here.
They're in the
They
tunnel
went
maybe.
behind us. They went behind us. 100% they went behind us.
No.
No, here's
Oh,
hit shield,
it is.
hit shield. Right here, in the tunnel, in the tunnel, in the tunnel. Blood on one. Dead.
I have an arc behind that, I think.
Right in my face. Crack.
Fuck. I'm looking around, you guys got that.
Gold backpack on the horizon.
You should go get him, man.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. Full squads, all of them. There, inside the building. I'm beaming them. Why are you shooting at me? I'm helping you, you fat ass. I'm molding now.
Oh, you're disgustingly lucky.
God, my building. No, shut up.
Two of them are hit for 60 in there. Thanks, you wanna fuck them?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm gonna do some crazy shit. Alright, I'm gonna ult you. Just stay there, right?
I'm getting shot by a third team now. 68 on Bloodhound.
Cracked all 3 of them. Cracked all 3 of them. They're all so low.
Going in.
I'm hitting 20 flash on someone. 100 on someone, crack. 100 crack again. Bennett.
Drop down. In here. Oh my god, hipfire. Dog aim. Dog aim plus hipfire.
Good, dude. What a beautiful entry.
Every nade I threw in did 100.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I literally didn't do anything.
Oh my god.
I have no medkits, man. Oh, there it is.
Ah, dude. Look at them. Holy, okay.
So there's a team in the house in front of us, north. Oh, no, they moved right here.
No, they're right here.
There's extra bats on this body here, on the bed.
They're in that building right there.
Oh, Andy, that's a Mandy fanboy over there.
It
We
really
can,
is.
we can take the... Oh shit, they are in that building. That's a bad building. Why would they go there?
That's what I'm saying.
Another fucking round of nades or what? It's nading time or what? Oh, they bubbled already. They're gonna go right side here. Idiot.
Knocked.
I'm getting
They're gonna go res him.
yeah, I'm gonna go for the
Yes.
fucking finish.
I just arced in there.
Same.
Crack Gibby.
100 on
I finished him, I finished the guy. And I cracked another one here. Swap. 50-50 red on
Shit
him.
on about 50 HP.
I'm coming.
Please look at me. He's
Got him.
down.
Almost cracked the rate as well.
It's not gonna look good.
Are they all new, Manda?
Net getting.
Yeah. But it's fine, I'll fucking...
I'm coming to you, Mandy.
Don't worry about it.
No, I am. I'm literally aping. Going up.
One team dead.
Shit on. I'm soft. 80.
Look at these motherfuckers, dude. Trying to push me 1v3.
They really did try that, huh?
Shit.
That Octane just crouching on that wall, like what is he doing? Free juice. That's what he's doing. Okay. Okay, I'll go pee. Peach, I'll be back. Back chat. Okay, so should I increase the TTS volume? I guess it's a little bit low. Let me see. Stream elements. Högilter. There's TTS. Yeah, there is for bits, but it's a bit low. Let me see. Alert box. Settings. Cheer. It's cheering, right? Cheer alert. I do 40% instead of 20%. There you go. I increased it a lot. Fuck is that dog doing, dude?
L underscore 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 L underscore.
Shut the fuck up.
10 very bits, Luna. 5 gifted cup. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. You want to be VIP? What are you grinding for VIP, Coop?
L underscore 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 L underscore.
Thank you, Daniel, for 100 bits. Question mark, motherfuckers? This is gonna turn into Zen's fucking stream where we just spam TTS or what? 100 bits is for the TTS. Yeah, that would have been 30 seconds on the wait, what? 30 seconds on the sub button did? Right there. Dude, man, the people are saying I paid you to say the shit you said in the SCARZ one. The SCARZ post about me.
What post?
You know when we had to like type something about our teammates or whatever?
Oh yeah, what did I say? Wait, let me go back in our DMs.
People said
you sent me a script, I have to say.
Fuck, man, stop fucking exposing, dude. Holy shit, you should have said pay me back. Oh, pay me back.
Oh my god, det skamaste.
It's not worth paying back. I think I wrote the best line about myself though.
What did you say?
I said the best wingman COI GL of the world to ever exist. I think that's probably like accurate. Pretty accurate.
Damn.
If you don't hype yourself up, who's gonna hype you up, you know what I mean?
Dude, people went ham on my, you know, like Apex, the Imperial Health post where he said like Apex has been boring and shit.
Yeah.
I wrote all pro players do is complain, rolling eyes. If you get paid to play games, you should try and have a real job. Your job isn't hard. Crying face, rolling and laughing emoji. Hashtag get good, have hashtag Apex Legends. People straight up thought I meant it.
Yeah, but how has the biggest amount of normies in the world in his stream, bro?
And then some guy from Kungarna, a fucking content creator from Kungarna wrote, if your job was starting to suck or changes were made not for the better, would you tell your boss how you feel or just sheep or do what you're told? Call it crying and call him ticking up for what he believes in. And I wrote, no shot you actually think I'm serious. And then he said, I don't even know you, so how am I supposed to know you're serious? There's no way. You don't fucking click on somebody's profile before you comment anything.
No way, you're
there's no way. There's no shot. It's crazy.
Yeah,
like, if you read something, at least click the fucking profile and see what they do before they... I even have a check mark. And some guy wrote, shut up, you have a picture of some random guy with a headset on as your profile. Dude, what do you want? What do you want from me?
People don't understand comedy on Twitter. They're dense as a fucking block of bricks. Anyway, that guy.
Did man just flex his Twitter checkmark?
Yeah, he's got a check mark. Did you know that?
Yeah, you got one, Taxi?
I'm not
No
I wonder
megalo.
how you got yours.
I wrote to Twitter and they said, you know what? You seem very cool. I give. And
he
I was
sucked
like,
a few
yeah.
dicks after he got
Yeah.
denied twice and then sucked
You
a few
asked.
dicks.
I don't ask.
Dude, no, you have to ask to get it. You just
I'm
don't get
not
it.
asking to get it.
Yeah, ask.
Nope.
Ask to see if you get it. Because you won't get it, dude.
No,
Oh, you're scared of
like that.
rejection.
Yeah, I'm scared of rejection. So.
Oh, you're scared.
Nah, I want to be like Saikuno.
You're scared of rejection. Oh no, you're scared of Twitter police. Damn. Yeah, it's okay, Al.
Man, you're scared of
Ow.
the rejection. Your ass got
Ow,
rejected
dude.
twice, bro. You were molding so hard.
Dude, I didn't mold that.
Yeah,
I
you were
said
just
we
molding.
send in the, dude, text is here. We send in the same exact application.
Yeah.
Me touching an
I
RPR.
don't remember asking.
Yep.
No, but I'm telling you. And you know, and we sent in the same exact thing. And both of them got accepted instantly, and I got just instant rejected.
Someone's aiming at me. Oh, their mom.
Yeah,
Oh, there was people here. Oh, you know that. It's good to know that.
I said that. I said
I was too busy listening about your check mark and how cool and famous you are.
Thank you, dude.
And bullying other people for not having it.
Yeah. That
When
too.
did I bully anyone?
Just bullied Taxi, didn't you?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. But it
That was
happened.
not bullying.
See you on the right. White armor.
Okay, I'm gonna push that here.
I'm marking him.
What the fuck?
Hold them? Good shit.
That's the bitches
White
from
on
last time.
raid. Give me white as well. Like, what are these guys doing?
Where are they?
Are they even looting? I'm pushing this Gibby. Did you just fucking rampage that for 10 minutes?
I love this weapon. It's so fun. Down with everything.
We have diamonds love contesting our asses, dude.
Yeah. Because you want practice, you know?
Oh, they're stream sniping because they want practice, like you in Overwatch. That's what you're trying to say.
Dude, not everyone is fucking sniping, dude. Come on.
I'm joking.
dude, that guy's sniping.
I was making a fucking joke on your Overwatch career. Whatever, bro.
You're mad because you weren't top 500 in Overwatch.
I care. I
Yeah,
care
'cause
so
that's
much.
really hard to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Took me 6
Yeah.
days.
Took you 6 days. Yeah, now. What about back then?
5 days.
I mean, back then.
Back when you
Back
played
here.
it. On me, on
I did
me.
it, I was hard to suck diamond. On you where?
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
that was a clone. That was a clone.
On me, on me. I do hear something. I just don't know what.
He's over here.
Mouse pack on here. Bangalore.
Hit
mouse pack.
145 white on me.
They're running.
Back Bangalore.
I can't hit him. Bloodhound's white armor. And I can't hit him either. It's like I'm controller, but I can't aim.
They're getting patted on the right. I'm getting patted
see.
on.
We're getting patted on,
back.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in a very rough spot right now.
Not gonna lie, it's not aim day again.
Crack one.
Oh,
About
Octane
this
hit
crack.
like 60. Octane crack.
I'm getting shot from the left now.
Careful your back, Taxi. Crack that guy, 76
Oh,
headshot.
this guy.
On our high ground, high ground. 90 purple on
I'm
Octane.
meditating.
45 blue. Cracked Octane again. Arcing him.
I'm calling all the road.
30 flash on him, 30 flash on Octane. Knocked him. 52 flash on horizon. Open a bat.
Going.
Oh, they're low. There, Valk is right here. Valk is right here.
They're flying up here. 45 blue. On, I think, up Gibby. 45 blue on another one.
You know.
86 headshot Gibby. Blood on, sorry, not Gibby. Holy shit. I'm blind.
They're dipping.
They got blue armor.
Yeah, this duo.
41 purple, 45 flash. Dead. He died to
He's
someone.
dead.
100 on fat.
Dude, fuck you.
Right side man, the path low. Nice.
Right here, one shot on my ping.
Fucking
Below.
got dead. Literally one shot.
Dude, I'm fucking. I'm just.
Did we
I don't
queue
know
up
what's
diamond
happening.
accidentally?
I don't fucking know. I don't have any HP and meds and shit. Alright, never mind. I got.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you didn't have anything after all the shit we just went through.
Yeah, I had 0 when we went into the last fight. No.
I have 7 bucks. You need?
No, I got 2. Oh, never mind. Give me 2.
Taxi, you
Big
need? I
time.
got 5. What was your Russia redeem, Didn't you do? Didn't I do a Russia redeem?
I need turbo.
What was the Russia redeem? Death metal? Roger. Kusoga!
Hi, honey.
Here, heal your ears a little. I wanna lie down.
Kimi ga suki?
Does he know? Do I know what? It's Mikeneko now, no Russia. Nope, Mikeneko and Russia are 2 different people. They both follow me on Twitter though. Stop flexing. I'm flexing all I want, man. It's my it's
Imagine
mine
if,
to flex.
if Apex made it so you couldn't kick doors.
On me.
It would be a bug to net.
Horizon.
Should, like,
90, 120 on horizon. He's just hitting everything all of a sudden. Please, he's really low.
I just fucking took a bunch of damage.
Come bubble res.
Like,
He's got gold back. He's got gold back. Just protect.
can't do anything.
I'm marking backside of barrel ball.
I am healing.
Crack them all! Crack them all! Mark!
Behind us, new team, I think.
2.
Careful. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. We're good. We're good. We're good.
I can't believe I got stuck doing that.
God, they fucking suck. So does
They
my
really
car
did, like,
SMG.
I don't know how the fuck they didn't win that.
I hit 2 of them with
Mid-
R-Star.
Yeah.
New, rolling in. Crack the Pathfinder.
What is that? Can't see it.
41 blue, cracked another one. Raid, they're all cracked.
Okay.
That's a different team. 45, cracked 2. Cracked another one.
Going.
They're all cracked! I'm going through the tunnel.
Wait, 2 of them are not. They died to the other team.
Really?
Yeah.
52 blue. She's He's low. They're pushing me.
Are they?
They want to.
I don't think they are yet.
Look at the girl there.
Oh yeah, there's great low, for like 100.
Report.
500 crack, 501. Dude, these guys are getting shitted on, dude.
Behind, coming back.
That's a solo, right?
New team coming.
Yeah, it's a solo crouching.
Outside.
Crack, 41 purple.
What the fuck? How
You're alone a little bit, man. Dude.
What
Yeah,
the
chill.
fuck am I looking at?
Okay, they're dead. I'm gonna heal finally.
Motherfucker is like giving gok to a battery.
What's wrong with that?
It's taking it the wrong way, dude. Oh, he's holding the door. 45 purple on him. Cracked him. Nice. They thought they had us in the first half.
Now I'm changing weapon. Now it's not fun anymore. It was fun for a second. That gun is so fucking boring to use. It's crazy.
It is. That Horizon really.
You don't get satisfied when you shoot people.
That Horizon really thought she had me and Taxi outplayed holding that door. Dude.
She farmed your ass or what?
Yes, he was fucking with the door, and then Taxi just slid into his DMs and just one clipped him with a devotion, of course. The easiest way to one clip anyone on this planet after Rampage.
Spitfire. What's worse, Spitfire or Devotion?
Devotion.
Devotion shoots faster.
I think also think Devos. Oh Mo. Third
You
one.
taking our shit or what?
That guy downstairs cracked.
45 blue. Why is everyone running blue armor? Blue, BB cracked.
I don't think they're actively running blue armor. I just don't think they get better.
1 HP. Knocked one. Knocked one. Right here. Knocked
Where?
second floor. Second floor. Right here.
Batting.
No reg on BB.
Okay, there's one on each floor. Cool.
Cracked the Octane's blood on. No, no. Gibby almost cracked. He's gonna bubble race here, probably.
What if
batting.
we bubble rest?
That'd be crazy. What if I just res?
Yeah, just rest.
Someone's flying into us.
I know they're lying over here. Just rest.
Did you kill the
Gibby
Gibby?
ran this way. No, the Gibby ran this way.
He didn't res, I don't think.
He didn't.
Can we finish them at
I'm
least?
spinning.
I'm killing him.
Finished one. He ran to someone else, man, there.
I know.
There's still another knock there, which I don't know where he is. You're fighting a whole different team, right? Yep.
Yeah, he's fucking the shit out of them.
We just gotta fucking help him, dude.
They're gonna shit on. TP'd out. They're so scared of me. They TP'd out.
Where's the Gibby?
No way. I
Here?
don't know.
Flying up, flying up, flying up.
Wow, you suck! Gibby's here. No, he's not. Who is that? Balloon raid.
Rocked him, got you this time.
Almost killed this guy.
All three dead. Wait, what was that?
Surfers.
I knocked somebody. Oh, he fucking self-hits and died of zone. So stupid, dude. This guy can't grow fast enough.
But does he have a special mending?
No.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Bloodhound and that Gibby are still not dead. I only finished the raid. Yeah, here. Yeah, look at the Gibby. He probably rezzed. One here on the respawn beacon. He wanted to plug in his fucking friend. He went down. He went down. I believe.
I'm going through that. I'm here.
Yeah, right here now. What? 120 on Bloodhound. Above.
Climb it.
45 flush.
Going on.
He's a little one. Where's the Gibby?
I don't even have to try.
Oh,
Just
fuck, fuck,
Matthew's
fuck.
killing everything.
No, that's not good.
Horizon?
They have
That's
tuk-tuk.
one.
They have tuk-tuk and devotion.
41
No.
purple and blood on. We kinda have to go left and just
Can we
murder
kill
them.
them?
Yeah, because we have to get past them.
I have to pop a full Schmet kit. I want to be full.
Full of what?
Full of dicks. Right here on the zipline, 2 of them. It's 86 headshot on horizon.
Do you have a zipline? Oh yeah.
Going up. All 3. Nice, one's dead.
It really wasn't nice.
Headshot 86, crack. Valk.
Only 33.
I've go back. Oh, never mind.
I'm gonna port left. They're chasing at us. With 12 batteries.
There's someone coming in.
Put it down.
I'm healing, I'm healing. Oh shit, I am right dead here.
Oh, they're holding us like crazy.
Oh wait. I'm popping this.
Knock the one.
We have to go to
Right side. Yeah, I have bats.
Go right, go here if we can. They're looking at me, Gibby. 45 purple. If you get to me, I can shield you. There's 2, I think, only.
Dude, I can't fucking sit anywhere, dude.
Wait, there's 6 teams in the game.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a
I
fucking
can't
fun.
sit anywhere.
One of them got knocked taxi, only 1 left behind this bin right here. The other team is pushing up now. No way!
He had gold bag.
Of course.
Nah, it was. I tried beside you.
Yeah, we're fucking farming this. Wait, that was gonna be fucking crazy game.
It's gonna be like a 40 kill game.
It was.
Lucky, thank you.
I had 9 and I wasn't doing shit.
I had 11.
I had 5, but I had 3.6k damage. Just farming.
Damn. That mother bitch team. Mother
Mother
bitch.
bitches.
I had 3.1. Yes, I didn't do that bad. Just a lot of misplays.
Damn. Now I can
You
go
think
beat
this
you.
balance? Yeah, that's actually crazy. It's Siphon, dude. That's actually crazy. I wish we had that. And yeah, it's balanced. That's what they have in Fortnite. What do you mean, what are they smoking? It's Siphon. It's the most balanced thing in the game. It's the best thing against third parties. Good night, Brett. Alright, nice mix. Money, look at the shit. At the SCARZ Discord, we got new sponsorship. Alright, bye bye.
Oh
Bye
yeah,
back,
I
chat.
saw. I just saw it. Holy shit! What? Holy fuck, that's a lot, dude.
Dude, this dog does not shut the fuck up. Hey! Hey! Šuti malo! Just shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Dude, they have Siphon on Apex Mobile. That's great. Great to beat him.
Do they actually?
Yeah, restore 50 shield on kill. It's like a perk or whatever.
Restore 50 shield?
Yeah.
Might switch to Apex Mobile.
It might be time.
Dude, full-time mobile streamer? Dude, do you see people are starting to play on controller on mobile just to win more games and shit?
Holy shit, how do you even get that shit to work?
I don't know.
Would you try Apex Mobile?
People
I don't know,
do
maybe,
anything
yeah.
just for a fucking win in a video game.
They have a tip for learning Japanese.
Same.
Speaking to other people that
People
are
go
Japanese
any
is
length
the best
just
way in
for
my
a
opinion.
fucking W.
Yeah, absolutely shameless. Imagine playing the game to its fullest potential,
Yeah,
while also not breaking the game's rules.
that is cringe. Wait, I'm watching my monitor right now. 2 sec.
Are we gonna yump?
Yeah, I'm watching my monitor right now. Boom. Now I can see.
Okay. You can pair a PS roller to a phone, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. The
I
future is
don't
now.
really see the problem with that.
Well, no, I think it's allowed,
Right.
right?
Yeah, but like, it's a mobile game.
Yeah,
But
bro.
like,
So, welcome. Fuck them
yeah,
kids.
but like. But you're making it so easy for yourself.
Yeah?
Why would you want to make it hard?
It's like, even the playing fields.
Why would you want to even the playing fields when you can shit on them?
That's like me switching now, just to play on fucking mobile and just fucking roll everyone and get 50 KD.
No, it's not.
Oh.
I can't. This game is so good. Yes! Oh, the game. I love this game.
I'm
Dropping on me,
fucking
they're dropping on
balcony,
me,
I'm
they're
not
dropping
going-
on me.
Yeah, I'm going to balcony.
1 HP on Gibby. Red
Yeah.
cracked as well.
My nade. Just near. Bubble,
healing.
rest him.
I'm fucking.
Rest him.
Fucking hell. I'm
Yeah,
one
I got
health.
Devo. If they jump, they fucking die.
That one great.
They almost died.
Yeah. Just like I almost killed him. If only I didn't know Rick 7 times.
I fucked up my bubble.
Shouldn't have rest. I should have healed. And then we should have bubbled backwards and
No, I
rested.
should have bubbled differently. I should have made it so the opening wasn't in. Because he landed on the side of the bubble and played it. If he didn't, I would have fucking one-clipped both of them.
Yeah, that's the thing that takes a long time to learn on Gibby, is like the spatial awareness of the bubble.
In comp, it's always the bubble and the fucking ult. When to throw ult is like one of the hardest things.
And you know how to remove that? You know how like Horizon has a trajectory when you hold her ult?
Yeah.
And you can see the AoE of the suck? Yeah, you could do the same thing on bubble.
Oh yeah, when you hold Q.
Mm-hmm. It'll lower the skill ceiling, but
But that's if you're throwing slow bubbles. If you're throwing quick bubbles and you want to be smart.
you would
gotta
still
know the
see
feeling.
you would still see the trajectory and the AoE of the bubble.
But by hardest thing for us to learn in comp was when to throw Gibby ult. That was the hardest thing ever. Because you can get so many free kills with your Gibby ult if you're just smart with it.
Who do I play?
Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Really cover. Nice. About to pair up my fucking controller to my phone and start smoking kids, dude.
Oh
my god, you so thank you for 100 bits.
Andy, stop.
What?
Stop.
So what? She's strong. What about
No.
this?
No. Just go back.
Horny.
Look at this. What about this? This is big time.
No.
I didn't stop it.
What do you mean?
What
I'm
saying, no.
I didn't stop the redeem.
Yes.
No.
I didn't stop the redeem. It stopped itself.
What about
Konnichiwa, egg.
this?
You did? What are you,
I
stupid?
thought that is the... Dude, playing
Does
Gibby 7 hours a day.
Does
Get
it look
sleeper,
like I
and then just
stopped
start
it?
throwing.
I know
yeah.
you get bored and then you just run off on your own and do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just
stop
fucked it up.
What do you mean stop it?
What I'm saying is stop it.
This is
I'm gonna
this
get
one
banned.
fish skin.
Come back, Mutsu.
I play this and get banned.
Play that and get banned?
You should fucking... There should be an option to sell characters. You should sell caustic. So you can't use them. Does the ult dashing shit only work with caustic?
No, it works
Come
on
on.
6 seconds.
Oh, yeah. It's legends where you pull stuff out. Gibby, Caustic,
No,
Horizon,
throwables.
right? Throwables, yeah. Horizon.
Seer, bang.
Damn.
But if you want to do it on Horizon, you have to not be full shield or full health.
How? Why? How does that work?
Because you have to cancel the animation, or she
Oh.
punches.
Oh.
So you cancel it with the healing. Doing it on Horizon is pretty hard. I think the best one to do it on is Bangalore. Bangalore, Gibby.
My god, Pathfinder.
El Mendy.
El Mendy.
What the fuck?
I played what's it called Golf with Friends yesterday, and I had a sombrero on while I was playing.
Wow,
Pretty big.
that's amazing. Maybe sometimes mellow. Oh, my tummy hurts from hunger.
My flaps are flapping.
Any team? Nope. Here we go.
Get me some alt accelerants.
Right here.
I need my alt for science.
Yeah, drop. Bring you two.
Bows here, Mandy.
No, I have a charge rifle this game.
Ah, okay. The charge rifle is okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not overpowered.
It's just
They should
good.
actually buff it a little bit.
I like
One
the
thing about
old
this
charge
buffer.
rifle. No, when
When
it
it
first
came out, that
yeah,
was juicy, dude.
that was really good, dude. You could use this shotgun as a fucking AR as anything. When the fucking fuck? That's next to us.
Oh,
How did someone even have time to die already?
go. No, no scopes.
One dude. 10 white.
Did you run inside the hole?
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
elevation. So hungry.
I got scanned. Where the fuck did I get scanned from?
Below.
Oh,
Oh, the guy we were just chasing.
there's no scopes anywhere. I'll get one here.
I ran past the 3 or 6x.
Oh. I'll drop it down for one of you if you want it. There's purple armor downstairs. Oh, is that a bat I see? I think it is.
Find him.
Yeah, they're next to us.
Shut the fuck up!
Flurkin
Flurkin Farmont,
Daniel
welcome back.
just
Appreciate
resubscribed
you.
Doing the long
for
zip?
5 months. Big 5 Ed.
Big 5. Big 5. Welcome back.
There's a bat right there if you want.
Front door. Oh, on me, on my face, on my face.
73. Marked.
They're dropping on me and their swaps are empty. Sick. Right here.
He just took the port. He went through the port thing. 48. 100. No,
What is
please
going
don't.
on? One more in bottom.
Have Phoenixing. That's what full Phoenix.
Oh. I may or may not have trolled a little bit.
Where is he? Unless you got fucking shit on.
We only won that because I used the bug.
Oh.
Clip it
No.
and ship it to hideouts, bending it.
Are you gone again? Turbo. I wonder if they'd actually ban me again.
You probably will. I just did it.
Someone said you misspelled connoisseur. Maybe you should Google it and see how it's actually spelled. Before you try and correct me. Okay. Thingy.
Holy shit, he has the juice.
A chair using a secret lab.
It's Overwatch time.
I had a frog in my chat come and tell me I misspelled connoisseur and he spelled it completely wrong.
The homie, dude.
He spelled that shit like this.
Damn, making fun of people not being able to spell. Damn, that's crazy.
Motherfucker attacked me that I spelled it wrong.
That's crazy, dude.
Motherfucker's backsitting wrong. Please backseat properly. Just Google it before you do it.
Might have hit the fucking the Overwatch duo.
It's not that hard to Google the word before you fucking try and like. Oh, they're crafting over there. Let's go fucking murder them.
Yeah.
Right in front of me, in my face.
I just had flashbacks though. So when the game was actually fun.
I got scanned.
Despair.
Who are they? Did they run away? Yeah, they're running. Why? This guy's a taxi fanboy. He's tap surfing on Horizon.
Real?
Yeah, one left.
Where are they? Oh shit, I thought they were fucking going up the highway.
Highway the hell. Holy shit, taxi's in there, dude.
Holy fuck, the guy's fast. Too fast for my aim,
But he's on here.
if I had any.
22 headshot, man. That's free kill now.
Where'd he go?
I got off.
Where is the Bloodhound? I hear him. Oh. What?
Is he in the red spot? Well, let me go tag him. Alright, get him.
Where is he?
Right here.
I wanna go there.
Holy shit, that's a thing? Oh, well.
So bad, so bad. Maidenless gameplay right there. Holy shit, dude. So bad.
Oi, damn, no, that's your box.
This
Almost
game.
scooped it.
Imagine using that red spot in ring.
But you can't
Nice
get out,
competitive
right?
integrity. I think you can.
Where would you climb somewhere? Like, I don't know.
What do you mean? You just go back the way you came?
How does he know about that spot though?
Let me see.
I don't know. I don't think he did. I think he
Yeah, I
found
think it was
on
an accident.
Because he
Because
fell.
he was panicking.
Bro, fell. I was like, nope, never mind. I'm staying. Fuck it.
The only reason I knew where he was is because he couldn't be anywhere else. Plus, I heard his bloodhound.
So where would you
He
climb
was-
here?
What do you mean? Where would you climb
crack
here?
on the left
You just
here?
go back the way you came. Go there and go back.
I'm not doing what you just did. Fuck
I'll
no.
do it. You're a pussy.
I am pussy, dude. I wanna get rest.
Wait, someone is in my gas.
Where? On me?
In there.
Wait, here?
Said
Yes, he's taking on my gas.
He's eating the ass. On the gas.
Where? When? Now?
Now.
When I said it.
You sure it wasn't Marvin?
Oh my god, bro. I'm shooting. I thought this fucking brass statue in the background was a Pathfinder. I started shooting at it.
Yeah, it's easy to get back up.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Pussy.
Fuck you, dude. I am pussy. I just saw you fucking fall off the back. Dude, look at this right here, Taxi. Look here. Look here.
What?
You see the Pathfinder?
Where? No, I don't.
No, he's not from that angle. He came from that angle. It's like you could see him through the fence right here. Look at him. And I started shooting at him. Oh, I did.
Spotted Pathfinder statue. I need to fucking find out how where my chapstick is because I'm getting the driest fucking lips, dude.
Which ones?
My
The
fucking
bottom
pussy
ones.
lips. They're fucking gatekeeping me here. I don't know why.
Ah, 4 syringes is not very cash money. Oh, Phoenix. So,
What if I just die to the storm?
I'd be unlucky, I guess.
Yeah. Imagine if I had 1 HP.
Wow.
Oh,
Are they still gatekeeping or can we move?
I don't know. I just found my hidden chapstick place.
No! Done diddly did it now, dude.
Okay, I'll cheat.
You're not allowed to cheat, only us.
Okay, my bad. But you made me do it, so.
Yeah, okay, you
Aren't they
wasted
in here
mine.
fighting?
So
Never mind.
they're crafting
No
right,
mega.
right behind us.
What if we do a lap?
I'm down. I jump out here.
We just keep going, right?
Yeah.
They don't care that I'm shooting them in the back. They actually don't care.
Why don't we go again today? Just through again.
What?
You got knocked by zone, Omega lol. Or the Mega lol.
No.
Is that the zone? TG5. Remember the healings. You got fucking dead.
Poor little guy, dude. So sadness.
Yo, I need those medkits, bro.
Yeah, I got no medkits. How far changes?
Yeah, now I died. I died to storm. Did you?
You did? That's actually funny, dude.
Yee yee.
Oh, I died to storm.
What if we ran into zone?
Wait, I might actually be died. I don't have medkit.
How are you doing? I'm dropping a medkit.
That would be greatness.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, let's get us in the stormage. Or like out of the stormage.
That's a
Guys.
zip line.
I got shot.
10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out some mates.
Woo,
Oh,
baby.
right here.
Oh, inside the house! Inside the house on me! Give me! I'm 80.
Inside the house with me.
Well, that's not good, is it?
I'm going down.
Where are we going down?
One HP on the vault. One HP on the path as well.
There are
I
people down
defended
there,
you
by the
guys.
way. Going down is not
There's
a good
people here
idea.
as well.
No! Dude! Silver gamer on me. Silver gamer on me. Nice.
Do you guys need port? I can't even port you guys.
Could use some help.
I can try my best. The port doesn't reach, but once you res, yeah.
I'm just sitting here and my full Phoenix. I don't care. I will not move. I will not move. I will tank it if I get shot. Nice, I'm going in.
Dude,
Going in
we
where?
are fucking dead.
No, come.
We can take my port. We can
Look,
take my port.
Where?
Right here.
Where? Oh, there.
Oh my god. I can't
Oh,
click
behind
the
us.
fucking item.
Inside!
What's behind us?
Oh, one guy.
50, 40, 60.
There's more than one guy.
This place is ass.
No, it's not. We just got the building. Hello? Get in the
I'm going back
building.
again. I'm sad. I'm crying.
I have an armor stop for you.
My teammate did. Oh my god.
Look,
You
I'm
guys
alive.
know that we are on the opposite side of the zone and we now have to rotate in.
So we have a car though.
Did you know this guy
1
did
HP
a
this
run?
guy. 120 on
I
him.
hit
Or like
50.
almost 1 HP.
Oh
Nice.
my god, so bad. That's like 200 HP.
Finish him now.
170 only, 170. 170 on another guy on the outside. Here.
Yeah, it's easy when you have fucking Spitfire, dude.
It's easy when you have. Suck my dick, dude. I'm using the most mechanically skilled gun in this game. You're just mad because you're bad.
Did you finish the guy? You didn't.
Nope.
I
Not
did.
yet.
I did.
Look how good I am. Forcing the other team the other way.
I
and
cracked
then
another one
resign.
from the other team. Look how good he is.
Beating them all into.
That guy's cheating.
Maybe
Please
60.
Report him.
I might
got
have
Gibraltar
to. He's
ulted?
hitting. Yeah,
Dude,
I might
I'm
go
going
on
away.
it.
Goodbye. I'm going on through.
Yep. Taxi, good luck.
Oh, I'm out.
That guy's 50.
100? That's a good nade.
Grata!
Dude, I got a zipline for you. Here.
Surely I don't die taking this.
Surely, right? It's only a Spitfire looking at you. Wait, does he suck? 60 red. Give me
We're not
purple.
in on you
50.
guys.
No, we're
Yeah, we're not, but we can kill these guys. That's the only thing that matters.
Dude, he don't know how to run. He don't know how to run. The guy on the
I
right.
think I don't
71, 71.
Yeah.
Okay, push this now.
Oh, so bad. Dude, we win this. Oh, that again.
Gibby's like, oh, where's the audio? Where's the audio?
just a tap.
Are we died?
Dude,
I don't know.
my spot is pretty poke champion.
At 7-bit theory. Oh, it's not very poke
It's not
champ
very
if you ask
poke.
me.
It's not cash money, dude.
Now this spot though. Talk about poke champing. Taxi, are they having sex with you or are you good?
They're having a little bit of their way with me.
I think we should assist. Oh yeah, there's 3 guys having sex with Taxi.
Oh, they're
I'm
on
getting.
tax here on.
No, they're like
They're
behind
sort
this.
of in front of me.
I
Give
should
me 2
probably
seconds.
heal.
I got. No, wait. I got 4 arc
I
stars.
stuck one, I stuck the horizon.
He suck one.
No.
He suck one. I suck one too. I'm going.
They're fucking dead. No, they're not. They're tanking.
How are they not dead?
Oh my god, I'm
I'm
so
dead
good.
from behind!
I might be dead.
Dude, oh no, I shouldn't have went then.
No way. What are we doing, dude? We went too hard, man.
You guys didn't go hard enough, I did everything.
Yeah, but like we're dead
Oh my
anyway
God.
because the team above is dropped down and eat our ass.
Yeah, they dropped down and he
Oh, I'm died. Thank you, whoever.
Damn. Crazy. You guys are not logging in. It's crazy.
All that plus for a plus 23. Like, what life do I live in?
All that for plus 56. I'll take it.
How did I not have full KP? What the fuck was
I have to
doing?
get off the character. The temptation is too much.
I got it.
He's gonna get himself fucking banned. He can't stop himself.
I literally couldn't help myself from doing it one time.
Yo da yo.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth.
Bum, bum, bum.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. Fuck. Why this name tag? Because I like it. It's your favorite hentai? Shut the fuck up. What does this name mean? What do you think it means? Tell me, what do you think my name means? Are you winning? You know. Good non-VTuber. What? But you misspelled it. What did I... How did I misspell it? Please tell me. How did I misspell it? Please Google the dictionary, the word connoisseur. Please. God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't give a fuck how it is in fucking French. In English, it's connoisseur. The way I fucking wrote it. Holy shit, man. Google it. Open a dictionary, please. I don't give a fuck. I'm not French. I'm not speaking French. Yes, it has the same meaning, just not French. I don't know French.
People here? Has to be right.
I don't know, I think so.
Being a charge rifle.
Thank you, Poto Man. Someone googled. Holy shit. Thank God. Someone used their brain. I am now so proud of you, Poto Man. You're the best. Holy shit. You used Google. You're so good. Unbelievable. The levels. Levels, dude. Unbelievable. Absolute levels on this stream. Fucking Giga Chad level god. No, but it's one thing if you ask, oh, is that how it's spelled? And the other thing is when you come to me and you're like, yeah, but you misspelled it. Streamer, you misspelled this word. It's actually spelled like this. No, it's fucking not, man. It's not. I not misspell shit. And why is it such a big deal? If I want to misspell connoisseur, I'll fucking do it, dude. I have a devotion with no turbo and screen it.
You got the gun on you or what?
What gun?
Now I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm
You
gonna
want me to put
fucking
one?
misspell connoisseur the worst way possible so you
Okay.
guys mold.
Can I sit in the car or do I have to get out?
Let me drive.
Like, fucking hell. We're playing Apex.
Oh,
We're not,
fuck off,
it's
dude.
not a fucking language classroom. Now your time to Google it and search the origin of the word. Who asked, bro? Why would I care? Why?
If we
would I
go
care?
into somebody, I'm gonna stay on it, alright?
No, but like
Yeah, you have,
seriously,
like,
like
five
why
seconds.
would I care about the origin of the word? Like I don't care. I don't give a
Like,
fuck.
there's insane range of motion.
I spelled it right
And
in the
longer you
language
shoot,
that I
the
wanted to
more
spell
accurate
it
the
in,
gun becomes.
and that's the only thing I care about. Why would I go fucking
also press
Google
shift
the
to
origin
zoom
of the
in.
world? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Do you guys
I'm
Google
not
every
going
origin on every word you see?
Don't worry about it, I got it.
Like I don't.
This ain't illusion.
I jumped out. Keep baiting them. I'm gonna take this up.
I'd have to heal a little bit.
If you don't ask people to do it.
So?
Don't fucking tell people how to spell shit then. Like hello?
Dude, I can put a pad down.
Holy shit, you're annoying.
Wait, I'm putting a pad down
Holy
here, okay?
Yeah.
Let me take the pad in.
Oh
Hey,
my
let's go, baby.
fucking god. Don't
No,
come
no,
into people's
I'm
stream and tell them,
outside.
you misspelled the word. Like, fuck
on
you.
the right,
I
you're on
didn't
the
even
right.
misspell it.
I'm gonna land you on top of the roof.
Yeah, do it. No! I need to get out, I need to get out.
Okay.
What's happening? What are we doing?
Trolling.
Just a tiny bit, dude.
Let me reload the gun.
Hey, I basically use 0 bullets. I use 17 on it.
This fight is
think.
ass, but let's do it.
No, you use 70. Yeah.
You just blue?
You use more than 1/3.
I use over 50?
You use
Holy
70.
fuck. Holy shit, how fast did that go?
This guy can't hit a car.
Fuck. Fuck, man. They're so ready for me.
Before.
Listen. I need a jump pad so I can fucking substrate on them with the
They're so.
thing. You know?
Shooting them down. Yeah. I'm gonna put a jump head up. She was one shot, dude. Fuck.
Can we fucking go?
I'll go up and put it, alright?
How is he so aware? Is he in the stream?
Oh, I'm lagging. What?
I almost knocked him. 190 on blood.
I'm fucking going ham here. No way, dude. And he's self-pressing, I think.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, here. Another guy inside here. I did a lot of damage to him. I did 90, but he probably popped us.
Alright, he fucking shit on me. Cool. Oh, you just selfish.
That's one, right?
Yeah, last one.
Oh shit.
Fried chicken.
Give me the devotion with no turbo.
Fucking get alive, you fat fuck.
Peace out, mama. Thanks for watching.
That's fucking hilarious.
What? This? Yeah.
It's so fucking OP, bro.
Yeah. In certain situations, it's OP.
If you play around it, it's OP.
He said, I don't
Yeah.
want people to aggress on me. Motherfucker, you
If the
aggressed
team
on me,
throws,
telling me
you
I
just
fucking
win the
did something
fight.
I didn't do, man.
Like if the two other teammates goes in first,
Like, just...
you just win the
bruh.
fight no matter what.
If you don't like it, just leave, bro. I don't care. I don't know shit.
You really
Don't
leaving
tell me
like
to
this?
I misspelled something when I didn't. Because I fucking didn't.
Oh yeah, we're missing the fucking weapon. Oh
What?
no!
It broke.
It exploded!
Oh no. Oh, I think they did that so you can't glitch inside of things.
Oh yeah.
5 hit.
Morning, Kaiso.
5 hit developers, man. Apex devs built differently.
You're not gonna get in the car?
I was looking for some sniper ammo. I'm coming.
I'm ahead of the car. I'm faster in the fucking car.
Right there.
The car's so fucking slow.
Maddie,
Yeah.
stop being a fucking idiot.
No, I was waiting for you.
Okay, I'm gonna go alone, dude. The car's too slow, bro.
Oof.
If you want people to get on, don't drive into them. Like drive past them. Then it doesn't bug out. Like right here, on the right, on the right.
Where?
On the right.
I don't see.
Yeah, we go around
Oh,
them.
on the
There, I heard
helipad.
them.
Helipad and behind you.
I can't wait to get arc stuff.
Dude,
You're a fucking
dude,
idiot.
why doesn't it move sideways?
41 purple, 49,
Yeah, we should get out
49,
of
9.
here.
Fuck. I don't know math. He's throwing shit at me.
We need it.
Yeah. I
Can't do
think
it
we
now.
need it.
Are we sandwiched?
I'm
getting
hitting
pushed.
it. Yeah, we are.
Yes, we are.
Goodbye.
Alright,
Man,
no audio. I am possibly dead. Look at me.
Why you're running that way? You're running to the LOS.
Oh, there's people here too. Nice. 3 dudes.
That's a pretty big name right there.
I'm going back to your pad.
Oh, there's people here too. Oh, cool.
Dude, they're fucking right here.
Yeah, there's people that are here.
I'm gonna go E. E? Oh, I am blocked.
72. Arcing.
They're around me. They're around me. Be careful.
I just died.
Hi, Sulfurs now.
Mandy, I'm not
No! Dude, they griefed me so hard. Come drop me a pad. I just self-res and I died.
Yeah, I left. I fucking left. You fucking.
Man, they ran back here. Drop me a pad. We're good. Just one right here.
What the fuck is that?
Give me one patty.
You got fucking 7
6,
seconds, dude.
5.
Punch me in the asshole.
I am.
One more pat.
Yeah, I can't fucking with you there. You're dead.
Just fucking take it. Holy shit, I pulled off a whole fucking res for a bow Andy in Narnia to just hit me one.
Honey, no!
What are you doing?
I was laughing at Taxi.
Dude, good morning, Neon. What do you mean good morning? Were you even sleeping?
Zero chicas or what?
Yeah, you got zero chicas? No chicas? There's a whole team in front of you on the roof. El Mandy.
Yeah.
There's a couple chicas over there.
I go back for Taxi.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. So, thank you.
Why would you die?
Because there's people on the roof that are about to eat my ass aggressively. What do you
Look
mean
at all
why?
my walls. So beautiful.
You just donated me to this fucking charity. I'm dead.
That's fine.
I'm dead.
Plot twist, you're not actually dead.
Plot twist, I'm dead. Double plot twist, I died. Thank you so much for donating my ass.
Yeah, my turn, Mandy.
Don't worry about it, I got you.
Where are you running?
Fucking to our car.
Why? There's a team right there at the terminal. Plug me and we plug him later at the energy depot.
Yeah, I got him.
Ah, I'm a guy. Thank you, whoever.
I almost accidentally tap shift off the map right there.
Fuck, my mouse is dead.
Mandy, are you blind?
No, I was touching my schnauzer, dude. I was actually touching my nose right there.
Mandy, I think you're fucked.
I can't what? What? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? It's the same team.
What an organic game. What a fun and interactive
200 damage, dude.
Dude, what happened while I was gone?
Dude,
I'm
I
just
got
happy we're upholding the competitive integrity of the rank ladder.
Nice.
There's nothing like 6 teams converging on you and not a single bullet being shot in between them.
Nice. Well, I've been sneezing all day long. What the fuck is going on?
Poland.
Yeah,
I'm not allergic to Poland. I'm not Poland either. Maybe I am allergic to Poland. I don't think I am. I haven't been allergic to anything in my life except lactose intolerance. If that even is an allergy.
Nice, man. Holy fuck.
Intolerance, just tolerate it. Yeah? Yeah, I'll just fucking tolerate it. Just figure out a way out to do that. Kami, why is your description in Discord maidenless? Are you that attention hungry? You need attention, Kami? You need some bitches? Some maidens? Fuck yeah, I do. Interesting. Period.
I'm noticing a trend where we win more when you're playing Gibby.
Interesting.
Maybe it could just be the small sample size of the games. Maybe if we play more games, it'll it'll turn around.
Yeah,
It's me, yeah.
I think it's you guys, both of you.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't think it's Octane?
No, I think it's both of you.
You don't think it's you taking a
I
pad in
think
the
you.
16?
I think it's me playing a different character, and you guys thinking it's trolling the entire time. So therefore, you guys don't take it serious, and therefore I look like the troll. You know. But in actual gameplay, it is not me trolling. It is you guys because you
So much coke
in your
is
mind
getting
tell
hated.
yourself, in your mind that it is wrong.
How about you? You want to play raid that bad? Is that what you want?
No, I want to play Bloodhound. No, yeah, I want to play Bloodhound actually. I want Bloodhound.
The amount of bullshit you just put out, I just didn't even listen half of it.
What did you say?
The amount of bullshit you just put out, I didn't even listen to half of it.
Yeah, and I'm watching a video.
Okay, cool. Bullshit, but it worked. He's not Bloodhound. I mean, he was playing Octane. What I suggest for solo queue rank? Just don't play solo. Just my only suggestion for solo queue rank. What does your blanket say? Fart? It says partner, dude. It literally says to which partner. Nagachi. 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 Oh, Kanchia. There's some LEDs behind the SCARZ banner. I don't even like LEDs. No cap. No cap. I know I'm a gamer, but I'm not into that light shit. I actually like dark more. Like I like pure darkness. I know it's bad for your eyes, but yeah, is what it is.
Shut the fuck up.
It's madness even for allemaal. to fill up some stupid shit, man. So annoying.
Let's go, dude. Lock in, guys. Lock it in.
Are we contested?
Are there people here?
Oh, no. I don't see
just
I didn't see anyone else when I looked.
They're fighting at the base driver.
Yeah, they are.
I'm logging.
Juice, dude.
Is this server assholes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Me like it.
Yes.
Love that.
Because you don't like the blue armor.
Blue armor's cringe.
Kringet.
Yeah, I agree.
You need to find a one in the wild. I just
You
did.
need to find a red in the wild. Chica chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leveling up your armor is for peasants.
Yeah.
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 That's what all my slaves do for me, dude.
Yeah.
I level up my.
Yeah.
I like get people to level up my armor for me.
Yeah.
And I pick it up.
And you're gonna get cancelled for that one.
Cancel.
For what?
Cancel.
For saying slaves?
You said
Cancel.
the S word, bro.
What's wrong with having a slave, dude? In game.
Yeah. But
Dude, all those use snipers. What do you mean?
Alright, cancel him, chat. He won't see it at this point.
Oh, dude. Oh, that was good.
Would you make RPR mad, chat?
To be fair, if there's anyone that's a slave, that's me, dude.
Boom.
Slave to streaming, dude.
Can't make me mad if you permaban.
right.
Can't not do it. Do you guys get it? Are you guys addicted or what?
Addicted.
Do it twit longer. Now you need to get. Now you guys need to hear what Manny said on stream today. This Mandy guy, out of pocket. He think he's so funny? No, he not funny.
Not funny at all.
I just did the despicable thing.
Despicable me.
Despicable Me?
Yeah.
That's
I
my
dropped
favorite
a 180
anime
for
character.
Holo.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I can love
How
anime
disgusting is
batches.
I like Hollow. I fuck with it big time. Damn.
I want a Zwing man, would be nice. I like.
Holy shit, dude. I need to shave. I'm shaving today. Holy shit, it's itchy.
Itchy with the bitchy.
Oh my god.
Coronavirus.
Corona.
One club.
I can't stop kicking. Please keep shooting your teammates. It's so funny.
Of course, dude. You know what's even more fun than shooting teammates?
Dying
Spam
to your
finishing.
Like boom in your mouth. Here, take that.
Spam finishing. That's the funniest.
Yeah.
Wowza.
It's even more funny when you do it to developers and they ban you.
Wait, did you actually do that?
I didn't do it to dev, but it was one of the reasons I got banned.
For spam finishing.
Yes!
You know, that was against the rules. Why make a finisher if you don't want people to spam that shit?
Because it creates a toxic environment.
Yeah, but they created the
Toxic
toxic environment.
gameplay. Still toxic gameplay.
Yeah, but they allowed for it.
No,
Do you remember when-
use the game mechanic?
Do you guys remember back when you fucking pressed finisher and you couldn't stop it?
Yeah,
And it was fucking
They might
stuck in
bring
the
that back.
animation?
they might bring it back.
You spam finished your mod and got banned for it. That's sick, dude. Can't even have fun these days, dude. The devs just don't. I'm convinced that why can't I press E on you? What the fuck is that shit? I'm convinced that the devs don't want fun in this game.
Are you gonna press E?
I'm trying so hard.
Press E. I tried so hard.
And got so far.
Yeah, bats here. There's like two bats on it.
But
Yeah.
in the end,
Doesn't even matter.
I
One thing.
had to
I don't know
fall
why. It doesn't really matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind.
beside
Oh,
the
they're
side.
here.
Oh, look at them.
Look, just fucking.
Abonnementim.
On the left? This guy behind. Careful, I'm
Give me crack.
Give me crack. He's dead.
This guy, please.
Where is he?
Right, there's no way. He's straight to the knockdown.
Goodbye.
Shield, 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 shield. Okay. No shield for me. Cool.
No,
Why?
deserve it.
You did 74
You're not locked
damage.
in.
And you're
Yeah.
telling me I don't deserve it.
Yeah.
I did the most damage in this entire fight.
Yeah? Who asked?
How am I not locked in?
Tell me I should have played it better.
You just hold left click and then I can kill him. 1 second, chat. I gotta do something real quick. I'm just doing something real quick. What is this, man? What up to do this shit?
Are we gonna stop trolling now and win?
Yeah, I've been farming the entire day. Except for last game. Alright, nobody land over here.
One team land on the other side.
Yeah.
They're below already.
One guy's in the middle. I can't see him now.
Ash cracked here.
He's one.
I got purple armor, sorry.
Right here, Ash.
Can you look at me in the water?
Now cracked him again. Shit.
I'm here.
Nice, hip fire. These guys are really good.
I'm coming.
That's not real.
Crack both of them.
Where the fuck are they? Bottom floor?
In here.
I'm coming.
Mandy fucked on them.
Yeah, I cracked them all.
Mandy did 250.
Oh fuck, he was behind me. I'm holding bat.
Mandy's plugging me.
Not yet. Soon.
I need more ammo. Got 30 bullets.
There. Try one more.
I'm coming up this side.
One got close. Fuck, I have no more heals.
Ash is close. Give me white armor. Fucking.
73 headshot. Dude, I can't, man. I'm just fucking. I just can't run away. There's all my dick the entire time.
Almost chalked the Ash purple.
Going back up.
I got the
You have
bomb.
to literally just take the fucking car out, I guess. If you don't want to fight them.
We could just kill them.
I don't mind fighting them.
So bad, dude. No shot.
Ah, shit.
43.
50.
Ah, nice.
He's low.
Nice. Dude, the game is so bad.
How is he not dying, dude? Holy shit, man. What is he made of? What is his health? Actual 5 health. Oh my god, bro.
So fucking terrible.
Getting my food, chat. Right back. Alright, I'm gonna eat chat because I'm hungry. Just rice and chicken, okay? Same shit.
Oh shit, I accidentally clicked, my bad.
I see now why you're not the jump master.
Dude, I'm the fucking king of jumping.
Yeah, not when you play ALGS though.
I am. I'm the LGS
Right.
king.
Fuck. There's an enemy here?
Yeah.
Revenant?
They were going down the other side.
Follow left. Go left.
What is he
What
smoking?
the fuck?
Better one
Push
left.
along.
Revenant.
I'm going up, right?
I can shoot forever, Revenant. No matter how much you dodge. Nice headroom, bro.
Is that it? Oh.
There should be one more.
There. Let's scan this bitch ass.
Where?
That's wait on me. This is not a real team. You guys are real people.
I don't know what they are, bro.
We've been throwing so many games that they set us in fucking bot lobbies now.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I dropped it.
They're hitting the juicer in the face, driver. I like how every time I pick up a rampage, chat is spamming drop it, like I wasn't gonna drop it on my own.
I'll go, dude.
Gold. Armor.
Coming. I'm dropping bats here.
Take.
I'm eating.
I'm dropping a blue backpack.
Fuck it, I'm making this.
Dude takes
How
2
the
to 4.
fuck did my 3 timer turn into a 2 to 4 timer? Holy shit, dude.
You want the 3x? I can drop it.
I got a 3x. I knew there was an extra one over here.
Okay. You're up here if you don't want to craft.
I'm eating, I'm good. I got everything. Put my play away, give me 1 minute. Or 30 seconds.
I'll take a, what is it called? A respawn beacon for us.
Fuck, it's tank listening to that shit.
And I'm back. And I'm prepared.
A little loud.
What's loud?
Song I turned on. It's 100% volume.
Oh shit. Fuck They're still hitting that shit? What the fuck?
They're gonna be fucking stacked, bro.
Yeah, let's go kill them. If you guys can hear the beating in my background, it's my
Left.
dad doing shit.
They know. They just had a hunch.
I'm scanning. I didn't scan anyone close. Oh, I see.
Except glitching on the
Yeah.
main building.
One's full right. Whoa. They're very split.
Two right, and one left.
I'm batting.
Ash is left.
I'm going right. Let's go, Dash. Let's go, Dash. Q on her, 110.
Cannot. 8 seconds, where? Going.
Popping a bat.
Oh no, she's fucking inside now. 50 on her. I'm popping a bat. I'm playing safe.
Scan when you can. Okay, I'm gonna go from the roof.
He fucked up the grenade.
I hit him like 50 purple or something.
I can't get in right now. I'm just trying to take an angle.
I cracked him.
The downstairs?
On taxi.
New team.
That's a different game.
Grenade.
Hello.
I scan in 1 second.
Yeah, this is flew. Front door, front door.
Here from 60. Crack one more. 117.
Careful, man. They scan when you can.
160. Did that.
110 on horizon.
One dead. Horizon dead. 11. 11. Popping up.
Is there one more? Or
Should be
to be
just
a-
solo, right?
yeah, so we'll give you right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ran away earlier, but.
I think he's there, no? Full armor so fucking OP.
It's so good. Man, this guy's crafted for us, so nice.
Oh, hey guys!
Very nice.
This guy's devotion with a lot of ammo, but not turbo.
I don't know why. I feel I'm hearing somebody, but maybe it's just an audio thing. Audio bug while I'm in the zone.
I give up on wingman. Can find one.
There's so many attachments in here in the middle.
I'm juiced to the max. They're fighting in front of Manda. On like the terminal side. And like maybe like here.
Get over here.
Yeah, buy the reskins, yeah.
Yo, big. 100 on one guy. This is perfect. This is literally a perfect fight.
There's a lot of teams here.
Crack 2 of them on the right side, left side.
I'm flanking left of this guy. Alright,
That's so bad.
I'm sandwiched.
Oh, you guys are sandwiching yourself.
I'm phoenixing.
Crack one on me.
Oh, he tap strafed! He tap strafed!
Oh, he's so low.
I feel like we shouldn't be chasing that.
Knocked him. No, I want to fucking kill motherfucker.
Let's go, guys.
One guy's one shot. The bloodhound's one.
We know Rex, unfortunately. He's hit for 130.
I'm just gonna insta-res.
Yeah. That's a full purple on the ground.
Body blocking you? In the back.
My ass, I'm batting. This straight is still here. He's gonna grief.
Almost back there.
Oh, my entire fucking screen is hit.
Red dead, red dead. New team, new team.
You can't fall back, do not fight these guys. I have them running.
Oh no.
It's a bad spot. We definitely have to turn around and shoot.
I'm gonna go further back. I need to pop a whole bed.
I'm batting. I have no Q,
You
so.
go, push your right side. You're trying to get an angle. How the fuck did you hit me, man?
It is cracked.
I'm falling off.
I'm gonna die here, man.
Can you queue back?
I don't have Q.
Almost crack Gibby.
Shall finish me through my knockdown.
Wait, what? Cracked that guy? I 90 on him. I mean, didn't crack him almost.
They're terrible.
Selling.
They're just one thing. He's along the pattern.
18. Damn. I'm gonna crawl over. He's pushing, full pushing the Wraith. And all the guys got rest.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Nice. And I didn't pick up the barrel. Also nice.
You don't need the barrel, don't worry about it.
Sensitivity is 1.4.
Not the way my screen is shaking when I shoot. Nice.
Nice how they can do that while they're running someone else.
Yeah. It's also nice how I got a dead slide in the most crucial moment.
And now they're dead.
Damn. Oh.
Edgelord. Welcome back for 4 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, DP? I seem sad today. Please don't say shit like that. Holy. It's so annoying. This is why I hate streaming with a cam, man.
Shut the fuck up.
I can't wait to turn the cam off. Like,
Supreme,
people that comment on your appearance and try to decipher how you feel or look and shit like that is so annoying, man. I'm just chilling, playing the fucking game on stream. I'm not sad, I'm not mad, I'm not nothing. Shit looks broke. It's Iron Master's shirt. I know you're not trying to be mean, but it's just like when you sit as a streamer in front of a camera 8 hours a day, it's annoying when people tell you, oh, you look sad, or you look like this, or you look like that. It's like exhausting. I'm literally just chilling. I just had some food, had some water, playing some Apex. Not sad, not mad, feeling good, feeling healthy. Just streaming. That's why I can't wait to have my VTuber model and just stream with a VTuber model, because streaming with a camera is exhausting in many ways than one. Give me what you like from the candy box. I like the super sour Skittles. I liked most of it, honestly, but the super sour Skittles were really good. I liked all of it, to be honest. But no, that's one of the main reasons, chat, I'm getting a live 2D model, because streaming with a webcam is exhausting, not only because someone's constantly looking at you, like I'm constantly being looked at right now, and also like people commenting on your appearance or how you look or how you feel and shit like that. It's all like adds up. That's why I'm gonna stream with a webcam, without a webcam, stream with a model, and then the streams will be both longer and more entertaining, because I will not feel exhausted. Because sometimes I literally need to take 3 days off because I'm just mentally exhausted.
Oh, it's time to win now. I'm on Gibby, dude. It's time to hard carry.
Well, madness, I know you guys care or this and that. Well, some people don't care.
Oh, you guys ready to lock in?
Judging.
Yeah? Win some games?
But it's still exhausting to read shit like that. Because like if I'm just sitting here chilling.
Holy shit, dude. You guys are hyped.
Yeah, this guy's as good as that if you guys let him. Yeah, I'm super hyped. Woohoo. Let's go.
I'm aping to... Can the people are new up here?
Yeah. Crack the fuck out of the wall. 1 HP in there. Really 1 HP in there.
We go balcony, Mandy.
They're dropping on me from balc. All 3.
$60. 60. 2 cracked.
They're all pushing after me, right?
I hit hard.
Bug got another armor. Cracked one. One more, so.
I'm fucking going up and helping. Kill these motherfuckers.
Going down.
They're right below me on 1st floor. All cracked.
One's on top.
Give me 1. Give me actual 1.
Dude, he's literally one. This guy. This guy's literally one shot. How's she not dead? How's she not dead?
Dude, how am I getting dead slides wherever? It's so annoying. I can't explain how annoying it is.
I can't even see his HP.
Holy shit, wherever I go I get a dead slide, man. It's the worst thing on the planet. They're both 1. I'm done. I'm getting a snack because I'm molding. It's not just me. Yeah, I know. It's so bad. In the middle of fight, I'm getting dead slide. What happens to it at night? It just lays on top of me. Literally nothing happens to it. No crown, never. Exactly. Kami's a horny bat. Oh. Always been true. Let's see what this is. Extreme sour chew. This is like a gum.
Shut the fuck up.
My Fat Buffalo just resubscribed for 2 months.
My
Pecora
fat
cosplay
buffalo.
soon,
Pecora cosplay
Bog.
soon. Yes, Bog. Is there a mirror in your ceiling or a pic of Lobo's ass? Nope. When you get out fighting demons, who's taking my slides? What? Slides. This looks like bubblegum. No, it looks like actually. Looks like candy. Hello, hi, Paddington. They're sour. Not as extreme as they advertise though.
Holy shit, let's fucking go, dude. Another ranked match. I can't wait to win this game.
You're so positive.
Yeah,
Such an inspiration.
I know. You guys should learn from it sometimes.
I do,
You know?
every day.
That's good. That's good.
Every day I sit here and I learn from you.
That's all you do. That's why we play together.
No. I thought Russians were getting banned from Twitch. Luckily, you're still able to stream. Motherfucker, I'm not fucking Russian.
Yo, unlucky Reaper.
Jesus Christ, we are. How are people confusing me with Russians?
Nice, that slide. Oh, it wasn't even a slide. One guy's in the middle,
Blue here.
the water.
Grab this. Another blue. Another blue.
No one's downstairs.
They're outside. They're running back. They're leaving. Are they leaving? Nope. They're actually cheating.
I don't know where to aim with this gun. 63 on Ash.
Where are they? All the way back or inside the building?
They're pushing me outside. 111 on Wraith.
Coming over. 70 on this guy here.
Pushing that guy. Pushing that guy.
140, 140. 10 HP.
Where is he?
70. Here. 70
the
again.
cloud.
I did 140 on two of them.
Follow me. Dead blood, dead blood. Right here, right. New team behind.
Oh my, who's new team now? No shot, dude.
It's pretty neat.
Pretty crazy. They're just there, man, instantly.
I'm like, how the fuck did we get flanked so fast?
Don't know.
Maybe I was.
Another new team.
Yeah. Yeah,
Don't know
there's.
how to use the fucking dog shit gun. I got shot behind the wall for a second.
They got double TP. What?
Were you dead, Taxi?
Outside, next to the material crate. I'm not looted.
I think I just dip with the boxes while I can.
As long as you take my banner, it's okay. I don't care what you're doing.
Nice, some good juice for that.
I did another one, and then another one. Oh my god, I would laugh so fucking hard if you died there. Holy fuck, that could be funny, dude.
It would not be funny. You know what's funny? How they have time to shoot at me instead of the other team that's trying to double them. That's funny. Yep. Cool. What happened to the other team? I really want to know. Oh, they just disappeared? Oh, cool.
Mission accomplished.
Dude, that was only minus 52 though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
So we're
it could have been
down
minus 60.
300 RP right now.
Ah, it's not much, but it's an honest it's honest work. Humans only use 10% of their brain. Apex players use 3. Fucking hell. I really wonder where that other team went. Mendo ties. Why are you there? I don't bench draw. I don't lift weights. I work out. I work out body weight. I do body weight workouts and hit workouts. High intensive interval trainings. Hey Sigma, come on. I don't plan to be like very muscly and big, you know. I work out to feel good and to like being fit. The goal is to be in shape, feel good, have a lot of energy. Yeah. And looks are just secondary. Damn it, I thought it sucks. Nerve damage is the worst. What caused the dip in? Did you just fuck up during workouts? Did you like not work out properly? Proper form?
Maybe it's time for a break.
A break?
Yeah.
A pee break?
No, just like a break. Go back to
Break.
bed.
Oh, you tired?
Yeah, and not having fun.
That's not good.
Fault up.
I think it's because you're not playing Rampart, dude.
True.
How about 3 times bow with Dead Eyes tempo? Does anyone want it? I'm dropping it.
I would like the 3 timer.
All you.
Big time.
Any devos anywhere?
No, I didn't see one. Any shotguns anywhere?
People shooting me.
Yeah, they're on us. I'm trying to ride one.
You know what? Fuck it, I'm not gonna stay in the middle of the open. I'll just get shot in the back or some shit.
White armor rage. Give a hit 60 purple. Pushing out on me. Rage 1. Rage actual 1.
Knocked one. Gibby up top.
Gibby was hit 60 purple, but he probably healed.
No, I killed Gibby.
Oh. Okay.
One climbing.
New team.
Bloodhound.
Raid load, another raid, another octane.
I went down.
Okay, knock from new team. One knock from new team.
I am here.
I just got dropped on by a solo.
I'm so triggered.
Okay, listen.
Where did you come from?
They're rezzing. New team is rezzing one right now. They just got him up, the octane taxi on the front door.
Outside?
Yeah, right here somewhere.
Yeah. I was looking inside.
They're rezzing another one, I think. You could maybe even res me if you grapple backwards. Nice. I'm 100% resible.
I'm sipping up. I'm sipping up.
Inside, closer,
Yeah,
closer.
just take armor slot if you need.
No.
I hear them below coming closer, the other team.
99.
They're coming closer. Come here, bubble on me, man.
Oh. So like.
Before we get 30, then we'll fucking
Yeah,
die.
no, it's a solo, that guy downstairs.
Oh, you don't
I
have
got
to
you. I'll fucking do it.
Right.
I don't care. I don't want to get shot in the back.
Is it? Are you sure it's not a duo? Because I've raid and
It's
Valk.
a solo. I killed the Valk.
Okay. Should be the raid then. He got
He
the
fucking
banner.
just landed on my dick. No. Wowzers, dude!
I need that.
That was good.
Yeah, that was a really coordinated attack.
What, from them?
Yeah, 2 teams.
Yeah. It was fun.
They
They
rest.
rested. Yeah.
I think we pushed them until
I
they.
don't want to go. Fuck that.
You.
I don't-
Yeah, no,
I don't
I'm
know what
going.
we do.
Why can't I press it?
Because you ran into the car.
Fix it, Gaben. Taxi's fucking having sex with him.
I want someone to know that I did not hit that for 9 2 times. I hit him for 200 though. He's flying on my fucking head. He's really trying to fucking finish me.
Did you throw the nade?
That's my
I
molly.
didn't.
And my nade. We're shooting, where was that? Carrier side somewhere?
By night.
I think that how many KP do you guys have?
1.
5.
Okay, I think that maybe we could take one more fight, dude, and then we can just chill, you know?
I
Let's
don't
take
mind.
this on the edge of the map.
And we... Fucking hell, we had some good fucking games too. In Fuck, on mobile.
It's okay, we turn it around now. I'm locked up. Flying? You?
Me.
Are they inside Fight Night, Mende?
They're
Or
on
far
opposite
side?
side.
Yeah, I
They're
know on the
over here,
outside.
I think.
Oh yeah.
I'm going through here. They're over here.
I think they're more to the left.
Yeah, they are. Way
Yeah,
more
yeah.
to the left.
Here. And to my left.
Got
I'll hit
that
him a
guy?
little bit.
He's dead, he's dead.
Right straight in front. I'm inting.
120.
Crack that guy, taxi. 45 flush.
I think one more here.
Yeah, it is. On your left. Behind us on the left.
Coming.
Right here. 45, 90. I'm getting griefed right now.
Where's he jumping to? He's trying to go to Hogwarts.
Someone
fucking
just
see.
shot me from our back somewhere. There somewhere, I don't know where.
He died instant. So it
Okay,
has to
but
be
this
over
is
here, I
a
think.
different team, yeah. Yeah, hey, look, he's called a Mobby. Right there. We have a car?
It's a raid.
It's on the
I think
opposite
it's a
side.
raid.
We don't have a car now. Putting a sip.
Let's go with zip, fuck it.
Sip's fine. Pad also. I got it off. That's a horizon, I think, that they're resting.
I'm so far away. I just hit the fucking.
They got the car.
Here.
Did he get in the car? No, he didn't.
No, he's falling down. It's not that
building?
horizon, it's at Ash.
100. Dead.
It's We got enough KP now.
Yeah, I'm good.
I was about to go through that whole rift thing, but I was like, nah. Fuck it, dude.
I got no medkit 6 now.
There's more syringes in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would come with the car, but I can't. Car is stuck in the black hole.
He's stuck. Step, bro.
Are you sure? Yeah, you're not wrong. I need a 1x if you see one. Or 2x.
Yeah.
My wingman's hitting today. Like, I'm feeling good aim-wise. We're just getting fucking...
I thought you said it wasn't aim day today.
Yeah, it wasn't at first, but then, like, it was, you know? It's one of those bait days where it pretends to not be, but then it ends up being a good one. What happened?
I tried to min-max a little bit too hard.
Oh.
It got a little scary.
Hey, lol.
If I didn't know how to tap strafe, I would have just died there.
Did you go off the map almost? The fucking zipline?
Yeah, I tap strafe to lose all my momentum.
Oh.
Right on the edge. I think I even went over the edge a little bit. I felt that shit in my nuts.
Mastiff with a purple bolt and a dual shell. Not bad.
That's fucking cheating. My last syringe here.
I got 2 more. And I have Phoenix. I'll just give you a Phoenix.
Why is there no crafter anywhere?
I know, I didn't see one either. There's one in solar if you want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, Quiver, in your studies. Hope it all goes well.
Team. We can also just craft here.
Loba looting. Loba looting. 111 on blowdown.
Running over here to the loot and shit. I don't want to fight that. Unless they come closer.
They're not very good.
There's a medkit in here.
I got one.
Grab one.
More syringe.
Yes,
Took 4
sir.
syringes there.
We're good gang. What do you say?
That massive. No, we just play on this side and we just shoot the people off massive height and we get that for free, right?
What's spark?
Whatever you just said, I agree. Okay, open here.
I feel like playing for that left side is fucking Pogue champion. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you say so, in-game leader.
Yeah.
They got a gun here. He dropped his wingman. Must have been a good gun if he dropped his wingman for it.
Scout Spitfire type shit.
One could say it could be a Kraber.
Clever? Maybe.
Otherwise, why would you drop your wingman? Ever.
I don't know. Maybe he likes Spitfire more.
There's no excuse. That's a Kraber.
That was a crab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My prediction was perfect.
Crab. '87 headshot, Bloodhound.
I'm doing a big fat zero on this guy. I don't know who it is, but goddamn, he's low.
And he's shooting someone else now.
Just
Absolutely.
driving with the car. Yeah, here. Just driving with the car. $120. Locked.
36.
We got Gibilted. Fuck. Not too bad. On you, on your head. 60. 90.
No way.
He's one, he's one. Look at him. He's lost.
New team coming, I think.
From?
Solar. Holy fuck, I missed that shot, dude. I was about to explode. Solar team is very bad. 108 on one guy.
Team
by the
from
way.
here.
Solar team is not very good. They have blue armors and shit.
I have to heal slow.
Yeah, no. Oh wait, you don't have a bigger metals?
Oh,
I'm dropping a medkit on the way. Just grapple to it.
got it. Pick it back up.
I can't. I'm too busy.
Big nade on
dying.
him. It's a headshot. 60, 140, 180.
I don't know what numbers mean.
Fuck it.
You don't let them survive. They're still fucked, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Look at him running in the open. 90, 120, knocked one. 41 blue.
Only
41
10.
flesh.
50.
Blood on's one.
What the fuck was that?
Right here, right here, right here.
87 headshot dead.
Last guy running at the car. He's gone.
Please don't hit me
Did you
with the
finish
crab.
the one guy, man?
He died. I can't
Where?
see anything. There.
No, he's still here.
He had gold knock. Good call.
Yeah. Fucking felt that in my pussy.
Oh my god. I got 2 alt excels.
Good. We'd be throwing Gibbons like crazy.
Last one's a bang, right?
Yeah, Horizon. No way, bang. Has to be bang.
4 with 8 and there's a solo. So it's 3 with... No, what?
Yeah, he's on me.
One. That's 2 solos.
Anyway.
2 solos, man.
Alright.
On the main building. Kraber, Gibby.
I'm not going in. There's 2 teams.
Gibby has
Oh, there's
Kraber.
the Bangalore.
Bangalore got
Bang
knocked.
had- Never mind. She's dead. 1 solo, rest full teams.
Oh, he's in the building here.
Yeah, I can't go on that. I don't want to go on that.
Come back.
120 on the Kraber?
We could take their hide, man. That was sick.
Which height? This?
The mega hide, yeah.
I could ult them, but I don't even think it ends up
Nah,
there.
it's not gonna end there. I think it's not. But
Is there anyone in here?
no, they're in here. Ash,
There's a solo somewhere.
he's dead.
I'm switching out my
Full
thing.
teams
No, there's
only.
still solo. Now it's
No,
now
he's
it's
dead.
that, yeah.
Full teams only. Gibby has Kraber, keep in mind. We should kind of
Oh
mob
wait,
this
they're
team.
not even in here. Wait, 2 Krabbers. No, never mind. What? Who's that? They got 2 Krabbers on the other team. Give
There's
it
a
someone
whole
else.
team here.
Yeah.
Front door.
I arced him.
They're arching.
Oh, what?
Kraber again, dude. I did damage to them. I don't know how much though. I'm batting.
One got knocked, 2 got knocked. Second height.
Gibby with Kraber hella cracked.
Focus on the last team. Focus on the other team.
Yeah, I know. I'm give me ulting the Kraber guy. I'm pushing on these
Cracked him
guys.
over here. Cracked him. Cracked him. Cracked
On
him.
me.
It's 2 Krabers.
80. 160. One.
Knock.
Nice. I'm not bad.
I'm gonna stop him.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna fall back.
Ash 90.
Nice.
Right here.
Thank God she left.
Yeah, it's 2 fucking Krabers. Dude.
102 in Kraber.
Both last ones have paper.
Yeah.
Nice shots, dude. 51 gold.
Shit on Ash. 1 HP Ash. Nice.
102.
Hold it.
Little wipe saver.
2 Kravers, dude, and they lose.
3 Kravers in the game though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
2 fucking crabs. And they suck
Holy shit.
fucking ass. Holy shit, Zuka. You're the worst. Wow, we did it.
Dude, I have to take my used
Very bad.
plates out right now. My stash. 2 sec.
Huh?
Is there a correlation between us winning games and Manda being on Gibby?
It's
we say that?
placebo, I think.
Can we say that for sure now or no?
I think it's placebo.
Oh, okay.
It's because usually Mandy doesn't miss.
What's up, Jason?
So if he has more HP, he just wins every fight.
What?
Can you stop?
What are you saying?
You know?
True.
What are you saying? What are you guys
There's-
saying?
We're just saying
Complimenting
that you having more HP makes you win all your 1v1s because you never miss.
Oh yeah.
It's not so much Gibby, it's more so that you have more HP.
Personal shield is soppy.
Because you don't rely on movement techs to win your fight, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm just better than mechanically.
Yeah.
That's how it is, man.
Kringe. 3 crabs and didn't win.
That's crazy.
Was it actually 3 crabs?
Oh no! Yeah. The
Oh,
team inside
no!
had one.
Great.
Really?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes, 100% they did.
I didn't even notice. You wanna close the curtains? Nah, I like this
Yeah,
one.
if Ash didn't pour it out, they could have fucked me because the guy on the left hit me. Body shot crab you later.
They body shot me like 3 times.
Maybe they should aim for the head.
Yeah, probably. There's like 4 batteries on them.
Dude, Apex Predator is at 17,210. What?
It might end at 30k. Like, no
I'd say.
cap.
that the
That's why I
highest?
said at the start of the season.
Is that the highest it's ever been? 30k?
I don't know.
Yeah. Season 10, it ended like 16k, I'm pretty sure. Something like that.
Yeah. It's higher right now. The bottom is already higher right now than it's ever ended on.
No.
No. I'm sure.
It hasn't.
There was a
It's
World
ended
Edge
above 20k for sure.
Yeah, but World Edge split that was
Sure?
like 24k.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
100%.
yeah. There's the season 7. I was 18k and I didn't get it.
Bro, it's actually depressing looking back at my past seasons because I haven't been pred.
Oh,
haven't
season
ended
11
Pred.
I was 21k.
The last time I ended pred, I think, was season 5.
But
It's
you,
like a full-time job now, dude.
you're pub Andy and Smurf Ultimate main account Andy.
Yeah, like I think season 8 I had 13 master accounts.
Yeah.
I'm not even trolling. I was one of the most farmed RP in one season. The highest I've ever been, I think, is 40k or some shit.
I think I've ever been
Maybe
that
I
high.
was more. Maybe I was more even, because I played with Lou almost all of season 7.
Oh, the Olympus one?
Yeah.
I remember I played with Lou and he fucking got the 100k too. It was so fun, dude.
Yeah. I think Chaotic is gonna beat his record though, if he keeps
Yeah,
going.
100%. But it's also, oh my god, I'm gonna start a fucking war in chat right now. But
What?
it's also more chill and less straining for you to play on a controller compared to a mouse and keyboard.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like you have way better posture.
Yeah, I'm not talking like arms and shit. I'm talking about straight up just have energy. You have way more energy when you're playing controller because
do.
you're more relaxed and you know.
You use less energy. Maybe not more relaxed, but you use less energy.
Yeah,
When I was playing controller,
I sit like a fucking gremlin, dude. You know.
when I was
It's
playing controller
like-
to master was sweet. It was so easy to grind. Long hours. Like long hours was so much easier to just be there and play.
It might not like seem like it matters to console frogs and shit like that, but when you play for 16 to 24 hours a day, that shit adds up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I see anyone. Someone swerved.
I mean, this drop is pretty shit, but let's try and be the third party on Oasis for once. That's what I thought.
Damn. Oh no.
Oh no, third party. Gringe.
Under.
You know what? What? Oh fuck it. Let's play a game where I play 301.
Backpack level 4.
I ping it.
Okay. What's up,
Massive
Christian?
here. Do you need it, Mandy?
Oh yeah.
Dropping it.
Please. Thank you. Man.
El Mandy.
El Mandy. If you guys could learn any language fluently right now, boom, just in your fucking
Japanese.
brain, what would it be?
Chinese.
Like Mandarin, I would assume, like the most spoke one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Whatever the majority of Chinese people speak.
yeah, I think it's Mandarin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
It's cool. Yeah, I would.
Is it bad to call it the Chinese or?
Oh
No,
no!
I think so.
It's just they have like what they have like 2,000 dialects or something. So I would have guessed it was just like the most spoken one you would like to learn.
Hmm.
It's cool, dude. It's fucking
Cantonese and Mandarin
like
are the most spoken.
95% of everyone you ask that question say an Asian speaking language.
Because they're the hardest
Asian
to learn
spoken
to me, I feel like.
Yeah, and they're so useful also.
Yeah. Because
we go?
Like
that part of the
yeah,
world
we're
feels
here.
disconnected, so. Definitely Japanese for me. Up here.
Korean.
Korean would be
Right
also
here. Don't finish, motherfucker. 102 on that base.
cool. 40 flush on Gibby.
14. If I had a purple mag, dude.
Are you still fighting over there?
Oh, next to me. Holy fuck, dude.
Oh, now good.
That is not very progress, man. That's 2 teams, yeah.
Where are they? Up
It
top?
is. Up top,
Yeah,
up
up here.
I didn't take their height.
122. 122 on blood. There's a new team again. I'm coming over. Oh,
Fuck.
fuck. Taxi fucked up. Come on.
I'm running away.
I can't take my weapon out. No, he's alone.
Is he? Where?
I'm nading him.
Cracked, blood.
Dead.
Nice.
Okay, last
He is
2
alone.
teams behind,
What?
yeah. They're fighting over here, Bangalore and shit. Right here, picking. Bangalore?
New team again, new team again from my side. Turn around.
120 on Bank. Where, from which
I
side?
heard a guy right there, 100%.
Fuck,
There's a blue swap on blood, by the way. One here.
One was here, Bangalore hit around 120.
Oh, I could have made it if I did that. Blood here.
14.
I might
Bang,
stick
60.
one. I'm breaking their door.
Push on, push on.
One in here, 2 in here.
There's 3 in here now.
I forgot I had fucking.
You need a purple bolt?
turbo.
Andy?
Oh no, fuck! No,
You're
I
running?
got one. Fuck yeah, they're running. I was so close, dude. That's my right side. There's no way. I have 60 bullets light right now.
I can drop you light.
120.
Here if someone needs.
I have a purple bolt if someone wants it.
Already got. Oh yeah, blue one. Never mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No bad 6 cells.
They have 2 purples at least.
You have
Yeah.
a balloon on them?
Yeah,
Okay.
balloon hide on Fight Night. I think it would be good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna queue so I can see them. Ah, they're here, I think. Yeah, they are.
You wanna fly over there?
Yeah. They're maybe crafting, no?
Yeah, I think
Or
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
thinking.
gonna do.
Go there.
Oh, there's people
Oh,
on me,
no.
people on me in Fight Night.
Oh no.
Oh, there's so many on me, I need help.
Yeah, one here. Yeah, you fucked. You're running into one.
Bro, I just got out somehow.
They're fucking full sending me.
Yeah, you might have to go back to the balloon.
I am.
How the fuck did I get out? Holy shit.
I don't know. The ash is a fucking path or wherever that was.
Bangalore.
They're not sending you here.
Great.
They're still up there.
They're
I
not.
think you're good,
Alright.
Mandy.
They TP'd on me. Ass TP'd on me.
Maybe it's a different team. That's the only thing that makes sense then. One here.
I heard at least 2 people take the ass TP.
Alright, let's go power grid and build bats and shit.
Sure.
I got like
I think it's
3
good for you.
cells. Mano, you just fly to us whenever you can.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna walk, to be honest.
Whatever you can.
Yeah.
Should be a live.
I just fucking like, you have this weird feeling where like, I take the sip and I just get fucking 3-2-1. There's
that's
no
fair
way,
enough.
they fucking Valk ulted. They're not
you?
gonna come for me, there's no way, right?
Hide in a building if you can.
We have a
No,
balloon
they're
too.
flying to you guys. They're flying to you guys. Over you.
Yeah, they are.
Ah, they went past us,
They
but
went
they
further,
definitely
yeah.
stopped.
Oh, they're on this building,
Are they? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think they swerved on it, I'm pretty sure.
I
Maybe
don't
not.
hear him.
Oh, maybe they're around the
don't
corner
hear
of
or
the big
see them.
wall. Look right here.
They're 100% going for Rift. Because they're not even going here.
What the
They're
heck?
rotating through Rift.
Yeah, very good.
I'm just gonna loot in here then. It's not looted. Free. Damn, professional players dying to zone.
He's not
Yeah.
professional.
Oh my god.
He's a content creator.
Wow.
Wait, that's not you in the car, is it? That's
Nope.
not Mandy in the car. There's a car somewhere.
Right here, they heat shouldered the car and they're leaving.
I don't see. Oh, I see him now. They're gonna go for the rift. Maybe we go through the rift too.
We could.
We'd come right behind them.
Yeah, and the rift is silent, so we probably just killed him.
You come right behind them.
Yeah, they
Fine.
just stopped there.
As you are.
I'll try and see if I can go get Mandy.
I'll be there.
No, I got you in the car. I just yoink it.
Big time.
Let's heal and go through at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only got
Good.
2 strangers, but
Yeah, I can give you. Let's go.
let's go. What's up, Mary?
Medkit.
On the roof, on the roof, on the roof! I got a bad, I got a bad.
I got stuck.
110 on one guy.
I'm nading up
Got it.
twice.
Oh, they're fucking coming.
Yeah, I arc you.
I'm marking backside of bubble.
110 on one guy. and 110
Ash
on
crack.
the other one.
Ash one, Ash dead.
Chill.
I'm
Crack
trying.
one. Batting.
They got me scanned. Bang ulted.
Baking rest. I can hold this.
45 purple blood. They're not rezzing.
Yeah, okay,
I
green
stopped the
on
res.
fire. Yeah, good.
They're rezzing now.
I got him up.
They got the other guy up as well.
I'm
Right
in the
here.
corner.
Yeah, we're
Anything?
button can go. Get help. You don't have to hold
I
him.
cracked blood. I'm pulling back, popping him back.
Where are they?
They're like in the
On the
underground
Hector
tower.
still?
Yeah, like on the stairs.
I'm gonna ult the right side of them.
They got 30. I
Fuck them
think.
up.
Or did they not?
Oh, they are down here. No, never
One's
mind.
under, one's below.
Yeah.
Hey,
Damn.
Crack one.
Other guy hit 60. Behind you. 25. Fuck.
Please help.
Can't see him.
He's one.
Oh, no registration, dude. Knocked him.
I only have one syringe, bro.
Yeah, come on me.
Oh no, I'm no meds at all.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't matter.
Here.
We chill. We're chilling.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I need to make some.
We have to fight this.
There was a Bangalore behind us, by the way.
I don't think so. How?
Yeah, I did 160 on her. Yes.
Oh, what? It has to be another bank. That's them. They're flying out. Look.
Oh, it's them, okay.
Can we go in?
Yeah,
I'm med kitting. There's one guy just riding there on me.
there's 2 right here.
Medkitting as well and then going in. You have to bat too, Mandy.
Gabe hit 70 purple.
Holy fuck, dude.
They get a car or what?
They have a car, yeah. I think they're down.
Right side team.
Where?
He's
where's
running.
The Bloodhound go? Did they rest him?
We should go right.
I got it, I got it.
It's two teams.
It's 3 teams. It's 3 teams.
I have 2 cells.
I got a bat. I gotta make it.
I cracked bang. Knocked her. Knock bang. She's in the fucking heat shield.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
running. As fast as I can.
Completely out of meds. Completely.
She's gonna dive soon. She died soon.
I need to juice this shit.
Bang had a lot of shit.
Yeah,
on
I
the
got
edge
it.
of the shield.
She's got turbo as well.
Yeah, I don't need it. We need to go around.
Man the heal.
Time.
Heat shield.
Uh oh.
I have no more heals. I'm coming to you.
Oh, right here. Problem on me is free. They're still
I'm
trying to
just
fuck.
going in. Up here.
Yeah.
There's two-
There's 2 teams up there.
They're just looking at me, these guys.
These guys are looking at us too.
We need to get a fuck out.
Yeah, but they're gonna peek here now.
We need to cross before they do. Cross to here.
The team is not even looking at us.
Just cross what we can.
I might die here.
You need medkit?
Yeah, I do.
They're chasing.
Wait, this-
I'm fucking
this should get
shitting
duo.
them.
We just fight this. Fight this. I think the duo isn't gonna come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah. That's a duo.
Crack the raid
Now
here.
these guys are fucked. The people you're shooting at. Up here.
Yeah.
They're fucked.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
Alright, here.
He's super close. We should shit on him.
Yeah. I almost cracked him. 90 per... I think it's a Pathfinder.
Yeah, it looked like it.
His two teammates are left.
Yeah, raid and Bangalore are purple.
Oh, it's Bangalore, not Path.
I'm taking ultimate high right now. I fucked him up. Dude, just keep running back. Keep running back.
They're heat shielding.
Oh, the heat shield. This is good. So good for us. Let them come closer at least. So you can
Yeah,
get their
we
shit.
get loot.
They have balk. They might just fly.
They are flying, they are flying. 45 purple.
Oh man, we just have that. We're actually fucking dog shit. Not stopping, man.
Did he go at them? I wanna go at them.
No. I don't want to shoot. Depending on where they land.
Right
Yeah,
here,
next to us.
choke.
There's like people behind me right here.
Yes, this duo.
There's more people fighting over here than the duo.
Yes.
How you doing, Mary? How you doing, Ian?
There.
I hope you guys are good. Sorry, I'm not reading chat right now. It's a little bit intense.
I have very
sorry.
little ammo.
Yeah, same.
We
I have
need to
two.
go in the fight.
We need
Have
to
to
take
clip.
this.
Here, look, they're fucking all in.
The thing right here. There's a thing right here.
Knock one.
They're looting him. 45 gold. He's
Yeah,
swapped red.
75.
41 red, man. They're on red.
Oh, dude. Fuck me, dude.
Front door.
I'm putting a sip for height.
Like,
I'm looting.
Just took some loot. I'm going
There's
high.
heavy and shit.
Yeah, I got heavy on that. Good. They're bottom floor, I think.
yeah. Oh, one guy low. The fucking bloodhound. Bloodhound's low downstairs.
Red 45 red. They're pushing me hard. I got a bat. You gotta watch me.
I'm gonna push up behind them.
On my door, on my door, on my door. They're double kicking it.
Coming.
I'm just dead.
Can't do anything.
They fucking were ready for me. I might die here.
They finished me.
Push the guy downstairs. My ult.
Why is he running away
My
from me,
nade's
bro?
everything. Everything mine.
I'm full HP.
I need to pop medkit.
Zone's moving soon.
Yeah.
On me.
Okay, fuck. Coming.
Crack one.
Horizon crack.
Dude, I just got papered by another fucking team.
Favorite, but where?
I might kill them here. I might kill them, blocking them in. Horizon's taking 2-6. She's gonna be like really low at the port.
Fucking no shot, dude. Wait, my bubble!
That's up plus 0. Cool.
Dude. There's no way.
Oh my
It was just an artificial bubble I was throwing. Someone said you throw it too high. You need glasses. I'll pay your glasses. Send me the prescription, dude. I'll pay your glasses for you.
It's because it tumbled on the what's it called, on the flowers. So good.
Cosmetic bubble, dude. Actually a cosmetic, dude.
You throw bubble too high, it go rocket. Lost to a flower.
He said you threw it too high. There's no way. Is that a real person? That's not a real person, dude. That's an artificial intelligence.
After this, I speedrun shower.
Ahaha, you throw it too high. There's no way.
Be right back.
Yeah.
We're back to need water.
Damn. That was crazy.
Man, do you want to grind for rank 1 next split?
No,
Loser.
it's wasting my time.
Another grinder.
That is what I'm not. I'm not, dude. That is a rank 1 grinder. Fuck that.
Why?
It's so boring.
What do you mean it's boring?
It's a waste of my time. Grind rank 1 just to get more frogs in my chat, dude.
Huh?
Yeah. I don't gain anything from getting rank 1. I've already been rank 1 once, dude. Why be the 2 times, you know? I have.
No.
Yes?
No.
Yes?
No, you haven't.
I have.
Dude, Pred race doesn't count.
That is still number 1.
Okay. So I got rank 4. I'm rank 4 Pred.
Are you guys still going on
Yeah,
about
you were.
this blanket?
Yeah.
That's not wrong.
True.
It is.
There.
No, I'm definitely not a rank 1 grinder. Because
There.
I won't be able to play 16 hours a day.
Why?
Because I have a fucking dog and a bunch of shit I have to take care of.
Loser.
I don't live at home with mommy, dude. You know?
Fucking loser,
Nah,
bitch.
I forgot.
I live at home with mommy.
You should grind for rank 1, dude.
No, I can't. I'm wifed.
You're not a grinder, dude. Grind denier.
Grinding for rank 1 is just like allowing yourself to be put in a mental institution.
No one will ever outgrind Lou for rank 1.
Hmm?
No one will ever outdo Lou for rank 1.
Isn't chaotic?
No one will ever do it as good as he did.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It was just so hard back when he played, and he got 100k. Doing it right now is way easier than it was back then.
Why? Elaborate.
Wait, what did you say?
Elaborate. Why is it harder back then?
The games were way harder back then compared to now.
Why? Give me a reason.
Because there's like what's that, like 20 times more masters this split than it was back then.
Okay, but
So
the game
games are
grew
faster
since
and
then.
everything.
The game grew
Yeah.
since then, and more
That's why I
players.
say it was harder
play.
back then.
Well, just so you're saying just because the game grew, there's more bad players than was before.
Oh
Why
yeah,
can't there be
100%.
more good players?
I kind of
not.
understand what he's trying to say, but he's a fucking moron at saying it. What he's
No,
saying
the
is
games,
like
games
back
felt faster and
then,
everything.
it was like more concentrated, good players in the lobbies.
Right, and now it's more saturated. It's more fucking.
Yeah, now there's multiple lobbies with good players in. Back then it was the same 2 lobbies that ran all day long with the same players in it that were good.
Yeah, but
game.
back then you could get on San
No,
Diego and
Listen, the influx
not
of
San Diego.
players
Okay.
since season 10 made it so there's a lot more masters, but they aren't as high caliber as they were back then.
Yeah, there should be a rank between masters and pred. 32 purple on that
That's
Pathfinder.
unnecessary.
Now.
Ow.
Oh, zero. Yeah, I knocked one.
I'm batting.
Zero.
One is below, so we should be able to do on this guy.
Almost cracked Octane.
He's right here. Did it rest him?
They just rest him or didn't rest
They
him?
just rest him. He's trying to finish me. Holy fuck, dude.
I need help here. Good shit.
I ran out of ammo.
That flank was big. I got him.
Finally, a wingman.
They got the 1 KP though.
They did.
Yeah, that's
That
more
was
than they had.
minus 36. That was minus 36, dude.
It's more than what they had before they spawned.
That's actually infinitely more than what they had when they spawned. When you think about it.
Yeah, it's
If we're
so
talking technically.
Yeah. I just fucking juiced, man. Thank you.
I feel
No
like
problem.
since we have so many masters now, shouldn't we get like full master lobbies instead of getting diamonds in?
We almost get full master lobbies all day long, but we're playing NA right now.
Queuing in the middle of the night on NA.
Oh, true. That is true. But what if we could EU?
We get full master lobbies.
You get a little bit more masters, but the influx is mainly NA because Nickmerks and Cloaksy and all those guys demographic
Oh,
is
Radon.
mostly NA.
I just spotted two little rats, little ratting on little ratskis, dude. I'm at the door here. He's got a bow, he thinks he's man there. His mom fat. Oh, another team from my left.
Hey, 0 times. I hit
Two
one
teams from each side.
I'm taking overflow. Dude, I didn't hear that guy.
He's pushing
Are
hard.
we just not fighting? I don't know what's happening here.
11. Alright. Okay.
Horizon dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna
Two
die
on,
here.
A whole new team making you from the side we landed on. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun.
They
Coming.
still have a knock. They got turret right now.
Oh,
They're getting turret right now.
it's the same team that just lands fucking... This team lands carrier and then fucking just insta-gives.
I played a bunch of other games before I played it. Competitively.
Slow roller loader?
Control a squimmer.
That was such a weird grapple, holy fuck.
We've been getting turret by the same guy every single game.
Yeah,
Egoist.
they land the fucking carrier thing and they just third party. They do that every game.
And they lose.
I've seen that do multiple days, dude.
Every single time they lose because we just killed them every single time. How is he rank 140 Pred like when he keeps losing? What is going on?
Oh, 3-1 for me, dude. Hog.
It's okay. We're alive. For now. For now.
What if I spawn 3 purples?
Who's-
Oh, one's good, I know.
You have to shoot him in the
Epic, wicked,
face.
cool.
You have to shoot him in the face for him to spawn multiple purples. And we go back, right? And we mob these kids. We get our loot.
Hopefully. Cells.
Oh, they're fighting still there.
Still fighting, yeah. They probably just killed the last guy, right?
I don't know, I know.
Probably.
There's the last guy dead. Then they're resting, I think. Are they under?
I don't know.
No.
Probably.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah, balcony.
I'm going left side balcony.
I'm waiting for you guys. One's here. They just scanned towards you.
Yeah, scan me.
They're coming to you. They're
They're
all
on
coming
me.
to you. Headshot one.
Oh. should go the other way around.
Holy shit,
If
it's
it
actually
went down,
fucking
if it went
insane.
down.
Right here. Grappling on you, taxi. Knocked him.
Bubbling you. Just play around this.
It's okay, the other one didn't push. Yeah, well, I'm getting
top of
pushed my
you.
back. I'm fine.
Coming up, balcony.
22 balcony.
I'm turning around and coming.
Fuck him.
You fucking bots, dude. Absolute fucking bots.
Fucking bitches.
Like, how did they lose that?
They came at like the worst time for me. I should have not like given them.
You smoked them with... What?
I'm looting and I got a fucking monsoon.
You smoked them with that
no,
fucking
dude.
grapple where you jumped off the map and fucking bamboozled them, dude. They were so mad after that one. 100%.
Holy fuck, I remember that monsoon clip, dude. Oh no.
Monsoon clip?
You never saw it? You probably did. It was pretty big. He tried to like armor swap on the floor, but there was a fucking zip line on him. So he kept taking the zip in like end zone.
In competitive?
Yeah.
Kringa.
Wait, didn't he win the tournament if he won that 1v1?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a match point, and they were a match point, and he was in a 1v1, and he tried to armor swap, but he couldn't because there was a zip line, and he kept taking.
Wasn't
it.
Raz doing the same shit?
It happened for Raz too.
Raz did. They were about to win it. They got second because Raz was trying to swap and he took the zipline and died.
Didn't see that.
That pissed me so much. That's how it happened to me.
There's 35,000 masters right now.
That's a lot, actually. Holy fuck.
So much.
Tell me in which game is the top like 1% or supposed to be, right? 1% whatever. Is 35,000. How many do you think there's masters in league?
Not a lot.
I don't know, a couple thousand, right?
Probably more. More than 35,000, but there's also way more to play the game.
Yeah, but like but it's like per region, right? Like 5k per region, 5k per region, or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, but how many is 35? Is that also per region and what platforms? You know.
I think for us it's overall, right?
No, I think there's Switch and there's PlayStation, Xbox, and PC.
Yeah, it might be all of it, but still, it's a fucking stupid number, dude. Huh? You see? Shoot him in the head, you get purple armor. Yeah, and this game is just too easy to get mastered. And do you see what devs said? They said they're not gonna give them motions because they don't wanna make the 1% experience better and ruin everyone else's experience. Like the 99%. Oh fuck it, then
Yeah.
why do you have rank?
No, but the thing is, we're only asking for it, or the majority of us are asking for it in high rank. Diamond and Masters.
Make it for
are-
masters.
So he's saying the 90% of the player base is Master and Diamond. Like, it's so stupid. And the
You
thing
could-
is, if it didn't work, they could just revert it. But the thing is, they're doing nothing.
Yeah,
They
don't
are
wanna do
doing
anything.
nothing because they're scared.
Pussies. What they could do is they could make it so you can demote just masters, right? They don't have to make it so you demote out of gold and shit like that. No one cares about gold. Anyway.
Let's go back to Energy Depot and go into gardens from that side.
I have no
Fuck
bats.
this.
I'm
What
down.
do you mean no bats? I have
Zero
6.
bats.
Wait, did I hear somebody? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we just got scanned here.
Zero
Shit,
bot.
this hot.
Can I have some?
Yeah.
Thanks. Alright. Oh, just one little.
Why?
Same, I'm
If they,
calling.
okay. That has to be a rat. Why would they not
Yeah, it's
play
to be, yeah.
aggressive?
10
They
with
scan too.
29. It's a duo. No. Yeah, it's a duo.
It can be a rat. It's a full. I shot on them. Big shit. Knock one.
Rise dead. Two dead. Last guy in the corner. Oh, they're all knocked.
Nice.
Havoc is so strong against Car. Same as Tivo.
I wish I had a heavy mag. There it is. Yeah, the flatlines and shit.
If you're stuck in this corner and you have like Horizon Pathfinder, you can queue up into the tree and then zip line to the balloon over here.
Yeah, no, I saw your clip on Twitter, right? Or was it
Twitter?
No, I know it was
It had
Twitter.
to be. Nah, it's probably YouTube.
Bird28 or some shit, yeah. By the way, I saw you do it.
Yeah. Nah, I don't post shit
I
like
have
that
to
on Twitter.
I have to open my open for my parents soon. They just said they're downstairs.
Okay. Let's try to get in the zone and then you can open. Or if you're fast, you can do it now.
Yeah, I gotta make sure they call me.
There's only 2,500 masters in League of Legends NA. Self-resmond.
You can probably just do it here. If we don't show.
This corner.
Just fucking, can I open?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Konnichiwa, Homura.
This skin is so good. Like the polar bear Gibby skin has to be the best.
Yeah, it's my favorite for Gibby.
Wraith just has so many good skins.
Raid?
Yeah, Wraith has the most
Yeah.
best skins.
Definitely the love child of the skin people. Oh, parents are home.
Hey. Hey. No, you have fucking open though. Oh, yeah.
In front of us. Hey, text.
There's someone.
Right in front of us.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Come, we
People
can
close,
beam one.
people close, Mandy.
Oh yeah.
Right here. Let's shit up. 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, I can't do anything. I can't get up. Nice.
I think one left also, close. In front, like in the water.
Insta finish him or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the left side.
He,
Oh, never mind,
there's more on that team.
I saw 2 when I looked at this wall at first.
Yeah. There. Down there. 14.
I got gold bag, Mandy, swap.
Yeah. Swapping.
Oh, that's a different team.
Take it. She pulled out my headset. I can't hear anything right now, boys.
Griefing. I can't even see.
Hello? Hello? I mean, I can hear anything. Nice.
Yeah, they're on that rock, bro. It's not even worth poking them. Let's go. Well, actually,
Grab.
Sentinel, I think, actually.
no,
It sounded weird.
I don't. Maybe a longbow?
I don't know. There's a drop right here.
I'm pretty sure it's just Sentinel.
I don't know. Maybe my audio was muffled for a second there.
Close.
There's a lot of teams.
Oh, they're here.
Inside you on me.
39 on one guy. Who am I?
Left and left.
Wait, who am I getting shot by? I'm
Fucking Sentinel. I got a bat.
I'm self-reading.
They can hear that, but I'm trying to hold you best I can.
The Sentinel's looking at us so hard. I'm throwing arcs on you.
There. I got off.
Okay, I'm
Carry your,
I'm batting on
carry your back, Taxi. The fucking Sentinel land is looking at us.
Yeah, just wait for Mandy to be up.
I'm ready
getting
to
hit.
hit. You guys are on.
I'm getting angle on them.
Batting?
Oh no. Oh my fucking god.
One roof.
Yeah, one of them is inside here and one roof and all the way on top. We should get outside and under this. Over here. Right?
Can we?
Yeah, come to me now. We should take this.
On the left here.
It's free. On me. Oh, that's fucking you.
You're gonna come here.
I'm holding outside. 33 red.
On the door,
Hit, open. Knocked. Dead.
Hold it.
Look here.
Oh, they're peeking.
Getting red armor.
Shitting and farting all over them. 2 are cracked. 2,
Red
3 are
armor
cracked.
on the right side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there.
Knocked one.
We should go.
Shit on Raid. Raid 1. Raid is absolutely 1.
Yeah, I hit her 10. She jumped off. 1 HP.
Downstairs. Nice,
I'm
she's
getting-
got knocked.
I'm getting shot.
Are you good?
What am I dead to? Bubble res.
I'm holding it no matter what.
They have a self-res, this team.
On the
They're all
left side,
not.
up here. Knocked him.
Nice. Good job. I'm phoenixing.
I still have ult. We gotta get out here.
We gotta go
Yeah,
up top.
TP.
Go get top of the
TP.
roof. Oh, they're on our building. Yeah, I do have TP. They're above you, man. There.
Alright, dude, listen here.
62.
If we can get up, you can TP us down here in this ditch
Yeah.
thing. It's fucking crazy.
That'd be
But
great.
I'm gonna arc dodge 2 times up. You guys take it while I arc
Can
dodge,
we
okay?
make a zip to this wall right here? Listen, might sound crazy, but can we make a zip to there?
Yeah.
Like to that wall and then we just jump over it.
We're gonna fucking die this. I'm just. No,
We shouldn't be. They have to move. Let's go. In front of us in the field.
Raid hit for 90.
Carry
Perfect
right,
all
play here.
I'm walking with the RPR. Mandy, you're alone.
Yeah, I know.
We can play here, this is Hellish. They're on our right, full team on our right. Knock.
Oh. I'm fucking these guys on the left.
Okay. You want me to go 8? I
Kill
can
one.
8.
I killed one. Yeah. 60 on that guy.
I am fucking dead. Holy shit.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. My nade behind
Crack the
them.
Valkyrie in front of you,
Grenade.
Taxi.
61 on one guy.
Valkyrie dead.
All dead.
Last
Oh,
guy
one
here.
more.
I did nothing, man.
He's full armor, I think.
Go back. Nice. There.
You guys just fucking farmed them. I was so dizzy.
Well, I could have done that shit easy. Taking too much time. It's
Yeah. Honestly, Mandy's dad would have played better there.
That's true.
Yeah, that
Alright, guys,
little ditch
I
I
gotta
was
go.
insane.
Gotta go make some food and chill with my parents.
Man.
hello, chat. How are you?
Alright, see
Mandy's
you guys.
dad just ruining the fun.
Yeah, it's okay. We play soon. Alright, see you guys.
Yeah, peace
Yeah.
out.
Peace.
It's,
Alright, fuck it.
now what?
But I'm only here for an hour and a half, so we either call it
Okay.
or we do an hour.
Fuck it. I gotta call it, so I'm
WHE
just gonna take a break
underscore
and
E
get a shower.
underscore
Alright,
E
peace out. GG's.
underscore
Good games.
E underscore E
Games
underscore
games up, yeah.
E underscore underscore E underscore E underscore.
Alright. We're done today, guys. It was a shorter one. 5 hours. It's alright. It's not the worst. Fuck you, Luna, but thank you for 100 bits. I'm gonna go work out and stuff. Oni or Grace? Which one? Oni. Alright. Fuck, I already sent it to Oni. It's okay. We'll rate Grace another day. It's all good. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you follow my Twitter and join my Discord if you want to make friends. Everyone go say hi to Oni. Make sure you follow her and be nice and respectful. And what should we spam? What should we spam? Let's spam Neon's better than you at cooking. Neon's a better cook than you, or something like that. Neon's the main chef. Spam Neon main chef, alright? Do that. Neon main chef. Neon main chef. There you go. Perfect. Alright. Peace out. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.